Hello and welcome to Event Space here at Chimbley in the UK, and also particularly for the people watching on YouTube online. We are about 10 minutes away from our first competitor who is setting up, so do hang around. And anybody who's watching live as well and wants to come down and can come down today, you can still register online and come down, just lock in. And that's all good. So if you don't know where it is, it's all the information is on the website. We've got all of our sponsors here. So lots of things that you can look at and talk around and engage with, as well as 14 amazing competitors that will be showcasing not only their espressos, their milk courses, but also now their signature beverages, which is the first time that they will be presenting them to a panel of 4 judges. So we look forward to seeing you in round about 10 minutes, and we'll be back then. Thank you very much.
missing some salsa to ta ta ta.
I'm just going to shift you guys for a sec. Hello and welcome to the UKBC 2023. Obviously, for people watching online, the delay in cheer was just, live stream lag. Anyway, we are here at the facilities of the event space at Chimbley and ready for a great day of competition. We're going to have a little chat with each competitor after the performance. But without further ado, let's welcome our first competitor, representing Grumpy Mule, Christian! And let's bring on the judges.
Hello, judges. How are you? All good, all good.
I'll be your head judge. So we got a lot of people. So you got
Yeah, it seems like.
sensory judges, got a
Can I have my music, please? Time. Hello, judges. Specialty coffee represents openness, inclusivity, and the power of shared knowledge. We can see this in every field of the industry, from the farmer to the final customer. And as baristas, we represent these values in front of our customers and colleagues. Today, I would like to talk about the journey of this coffee and the people that made possible for me to be here with you today. The coffee I will be using today, please take note, is a natural sidra from Huila, Colombia, grown at 1,750 meters above sea level by Nestor Lasso in Finca El Diviso. Nestor started these projects 5 years ago when he took over the family farm. He had a lot of new ideas by then, but he didn't have the experience. It was when Diego Bermudez from Finca El Paraíso came to mentor Nestor and support him in his journey. Now, Nestor is doing the same, supporting the families and farmers in his community. I'm going to start making the shots for my signature drink, and I will come back to you in a moment. So this coffee passed through a special processing method. 60 hours of oxidation in 3 different stages, and 140 hours of anaerobic fermentation in 3 different stages. During the oxidation process, the sugars transform into acid compounds that we will feel as lime, orange, and passion fruit notes. And during the anaerobic fermentation, the sugars will ferment into alcoholic compounds that we can perceive as red wine or cherry brandy. When we receive this coffee in our roaster in Meltham, Arran and Simona roasted in a very gentle way, developing up to 15%. This smooth caramelization of the sugars create another compounds that we can perceive as dark chocolate, malt, and rum. Today, for all my courses, I will be using the same recipe. 19.5 grams in, 43 grams out, in a 1 to 2.2 ratio. And I will be brewing it at 92.5 degrees. In my espresso, you will find medium acidity, medium sweetness, and low to medium bitterness, with medium weight, juicy texture, and long, boozy finish. For the tasting notes, 80% dark chocolate, Morello cherry, and molasses. Please enjoy. Judges, please place the spoons in the cup in front of you. For my milk beverage, I will be using milk from Braid's Farm. The reason for this is I believe they share the same values we do in a specialty coffee, working towards a more sustainable dairy industry. In 2016, they started a trial with a Swiss biotech company, giving a supplement to the cattle made out of garlic and citrus. Thanks to this, they have reduced the carbon emissions in the farm by 30%. And thanks to their efforts in this field, they bring another farmers to the trial for a total of 5,000 cows. This equals to removing the emissions of 5,000 cars out of the road every year. This milk contains 3.5%, sorry, let me go back again. For my milk beverage today, I will be using the same recipe than my espresso, but I will be adding 65 milliliters of steamed milk that I will be heating up to 60 degrees. This will work out as 1 part coffee, 3 parts milk ratio. This milk contains 3.5% of protein that will help with the tactile experience and will give us a melted ice cream texture. And it contains 4.5% of buttermilk that will help with the sweetness and balance in the cup, transforming those tasty notes in our espresso into malted biscuits, salted caramel, and Roman raisin gelato. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank you. Enjoy. Judges, I wish you could see Colombia through my eyes. And then, just then, you will understand my reasons to be in this amazing industry. Colombia is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. Walking on the streets, you can see any kind of tropical fruits, guavas, coconuts, mangoes, oranges. And that made me think, how can I bring those memories to you? So, I would like to share with you some of these memories through my signature drink. Here, I have 4 single shots of my espresso that I did before because I wanted to cool down. And I will be adding 28 milliliters of guava syrup that I did mixing 2 parts guava juice and 1 part sugar. This will reduce the acidity in my coffee and will bring back those caramelized notes during the roasting process for a roasted coconut taste note. Now I will add 28 milliliters of freeze distilled milk that I did reducing to 1/4 of its volume. This increased sweetness and creaminess and will transform the tasting note of coconut into coconut milk. Now on this side, I will mix 14 milliliters of lime syrup and 14 milliliters of orange syrup. Both of them I create in the same way, 2 parts juice, 1 part sugar. This will interact with the acids in my coffee and will give us a green mango note. And last, I will add 4 milliliters of saline that I create the same way, 1 part salt, 10 parts water. This will bring some balance to the final drink. And in Colombia, we love to eat green mango with salt. Lastly, I will add 45 grams of ice That will help me to cool down the drink to 5 degrees. Will dilute the sugars and will give me a creamy texture. Judges, when I give you this drink, please swirl it for 10 seconds and then proceed to drink. The first thing you will notice will be the green mango, that it will be immediately covered by the coconut milk, and last will become the lime, that will bring with it some lime zest finish. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Time left. Time. 15:06. Judges, thanks for being here with me today. I love to be here. Thanks for being here with me today. We need to empower our farmers and suppliers to keep producing amazing drinks and keep innovating and producing great coffees. Thank you very much. Time.
A big round of applause for Christian. Christian, Christian.
It's because my song was...
Christian, come round here. Congratulations. First up is always difficult, but you know, you threw it now. That's it. You've done.
Yeah. Let's see.
So really nice message. Coffee sounds super interesting. Those notes of sour cherry and other things. Then introducing a bit of a mango twist. But more importantly, that talking about biodiversity and what Colombia is doing within the coffee industry. So tell us a little bit about, you know, the real thing that you wanted to push through.
I think it's important to keep supporting farmers and suppliers to keep producing amazing coffee. And it's just not about just the coffee, it's just the innovation and sustainability. And I guess that the message didn't come through at the end because I was rushing it. Yeah.
No, I really felt that I got the message and understood where you're coming from. So, and you know, like you say, I think that, you know, so much can be about what we do and our, but it is that whole supply chain and that involvement of every part that is so important. And it does start with the farmers and the farms that are producing these great coffees. So it was really good. So with the signature drink, obviously bringing that little bit of a mango element. I'm a big fan of saline in signature drinks, things like that, just to bring some balance and some clarity, which is really good.
Yeah.
So how did you come up with the idea for the flavors that you were adding there to?
Well, I wanted to bring something that was Colombian and that represented me as well. So I thought, okay, I want to use guava because we love guava. We eat guava all the time. Lime is very useful for us. We, instead of lemonades, we do our lemonades with lime. So it's like, okay, let's see what can I bring with it. And then the guava helped me as well because it just balanced the acidity in the coffee and avoided the milk to curdle. Yeah. So it was more just than an ingredient that I add there. The citrics, both of them, the lime and the orange, help me to bring that mango note, and the salt is just to empower that taste. Basically, when you go to Colombia, if you go to Quindío, you see in every single coffee shop coconut mango, green mango lemonade, and that's the taste. Without the coffee, but in this case, it's with the coffee.
Yeah, and it is so good as well, isn't it, that, you know, incorporating one flavor to create a different flavor as well is like, and it's that beautiful note, and, you know, that's, you know, the skill of a mixologist, but without alcohol here. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's a big challenge. But I think the judges, they're all good. We'll say goodbye to the judges. Big round of applause for the judges.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
The team there are going to look after everything and sort that all out. And let's wait for the results later on.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for Christian. Cool. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, we are going to be back in about 10, 15 minutes-ish with our next competitor. 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to be back very quickly with our next competitor. I will see you shortly.
We're going to do it again. Oh, here we go. I thought I was a bit quiet. Al. Oh, he's hiding. Okay, welcome back again. So we've got our next competitor ready. So can we get another, even bigger round of applause for Laura Metcalfe from St. Espresso. And let's welcome our judges on. Judges? Yeah, okay.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm Alex, I'll be your head judge.
Nice, lovely.
Just enjoy yourself.
Could I hear my music, please? Time. Hello and welcome. Just so you know, you have some information cards in front of you. These have information about all 3 courses today and are here so you can sit back and relax. Today, I'd like to explore a concept with you that I believe has a layered relevance to our industry. And that concept is Kaizen, a Japanese philosophy where small, ongoing positive changes can be significant. Now, personally, I use this concept daily when we're working as a barista, dialing in the cafe, making small incremental changes to produce the best tasting recipes. It's also a philosophy practiced at the Galena farm, where the coffee I have for you today was grown. The coffee I have for you today is a naturally processed geisha variety. It was grown in the Yorkshire region of Ethiopia at an elevation of 1,700 meters above sea level. The producer, Israel Degfer, has been implementing small changes at the farm, such as advanced irrigation and greenhouse systems. It begins with him planting these coffee plants in clay loam volcanic soil. This not only has a higher nutrient content, but also helps to regulate moisture in the soil. This, combined with the advanced irrigation systems, helps Israel to ensure that these coffee plants get just the right amount of water. This coffee was shade grown, which involves planting coffee trees under a canopy of taller trees. This slows down the ripening of the cherries, increasing the sugar content, resulting in a sweeter and more complex espresso. I am pulling your espressos today with 18.5 grams in and 42 grams out, as this produced the best taste balance and tactile sensation. The tactile of your espressos today, the weight is medium and round. The texture is silky yet viscous, and the finish is lingering. In your espressos today, you will taste dried apricot, clementine leading into pomelo, jasmine, and 65% chocolate. When you receive your espressos, please stir 4 times front to back and place your spoons in the small pots provided. There you go, please enjoy. And for you, please enjoy. Yana, that's for you, please enjoy. Adrian, that's for you, please enjoy. Now, judges, these cherries were hand-picked selectively when they were ripe and showed a deep red color. They were then transferred to raised African beds where they were dried in the sun. While here, the coffee absorbed natural sugars from those ripe cherries. This gave the coffee its pronounced sweetness. The whole process at the farm is a perfect example of Kaizen in action. The traditional coffee process and methods have been refined over generations, with each generation building on the knowledge and experience of the previous. By continuing to refine and improve this process, Israel can consistently produce coffee of a high quality and a unique flavor profile, which is evident in this geisha you're tasting today. After the coffee was picked, sorted, and processed, it came to us in the roastery. To help us showcase the unique characteristics in the cup, we made some small changes to the roast profile. This coffee has a total roast time of 8 minutes and 14 seconds, and a 14.8% development. By balancing the speed of the roast to the development time, it allowed us to hold on to the complexity and bring forward the sweetness developed at the farm. For your milk course today, I'll be using the same espresso recipe of 18.5 grams in and 42 grams out. And I'll be pairing it with 60 grams of milk. Now, when choosing a milk to pair, I knew I needed something that had synergy with this sweet and complex coffee, so I tasted a lot of milk. Finally, I settled on 2 milks. The first, a high-fat, unhomogenized Jersey milk, and the second, a skim Jersey milk. To work out how much of each I was going to use, I blended them in different ratios, making small incremental changes and reflecting on the results. So in your milk course today, you will have 60% of the skim Jersey milk and 40% of the high-fat unhomogenized Jersey milk. This creates a delicious taste balance and a tactile sensation that is fluffy and coats the tongue. In your milk course today, you will taste milk chocolate, digestive biscuit, sweet butter pastry, and it will have a caramel finish. When you receive your milk course, please take your first sip and then wait 10 seconds before your second sip. That is for you. Please enjoy. Thank you. That's for you. Please enjoy. That's for you. Please enjoy. There you go. Please enjoy. Now judges, onto my signature beverage. The journey to create this drink was not a simple one. I knew I wanted to create something that embodied everything I loved about this coffee and did Israel and the Galena farm justice. But with so many ingredients and combinations available, the possibilities were endless. So I took a step back and embraced the principles of Kaizen. I came up with a very simple recipe and began making small changes to it, just like dialing in. The end result is a drink that is not only complex, but harmonious. The ingredients have synergy with my coffee, but also elevate it. In your signature beverage today, you have 16 grams of a raspberry syrup. I made this by heating 100 grams of raspberries with 40 grams of dark maple. The citric acid in the raspberries complements the fruit-forward notes of the coffee, and the dark maple elevates the sweetness. Next up, we have 20 grams of a candied orange syrup. I made this by heating 100 grams of candied orange with 40 grams of dark maple. I then added in 40 milliliters of an Earl Grey tea. I made the tea by brewing 2.5 grams of tea with 100 mils of water, and finally, 0.3 grams of cinnamon. Now, the Earl Grey brings forward the beautiful florals in the coffee. The cinnamon added complexity, and the candied orange complemented the fruity citrus notes of the coffee. Next, we have 40 mils of a clarified milk. I made this by heating 100 grams of milk with 35 grams of raspberries. The citric acid in the raspberries separated the curds from the whey. I then filtered the whey through a V60 and I was left with this pink liquid. It has all of the proteins of the milk and none of the taste, all of the aromatics of the raspberries and none of the tartness. This not only adds texture, but it combines all the ingredients together to create new possibilities. I'll be serving your drink today slightly chilled, as this will enhance your drinking experience. And finally, I'll be adding in 2 grams of soy lecithin, and I'll be charging the whole drink with nitrous oxide. This creates a delicious, fluffy, velvety texture. Now judges, when you receive your signature beverages, please wait until I call time to taste and evaluate. Please finish your drink in 3 sips, swirling in between each sip. In your signature beverage today, you will taste ripe cherry, Black Forest Gatto, sweet apricot Danish, and it will have a cinnamon bun finish. Now judges, as we all know, coffee is more than just a beverage. It's a culture, it's a daily ritual, and it's a source of comfort for millions around the world. Kaizen allows us to elevate their experience. It helps us push the boundaries of what's possible in the specialty coffee industry. And remember that we are more than baristas, producers, roasters, but we are a community working together to advance our industry, one small change at a time. Please enjoy your signature beverages. Time.
Well done, Laura. Congratulations. Would you like to come over here for a chat? Laura! Hi. That's all right. Come stand here.
Hi, hello.
How was that for you?
Oh, you know what? It was, I've been so nervous in the run-up to it. And then today I was just like, yeah, you know, it's going to be fine.
That. Yes.
And then I was on stage, I was like, this is actually quite fun. I was like, I quite like this.
Good. Yeah, I loved your music as well. The first song, it was so familiar. What was it?
So the second song is
it the
actually
second song?
Taylor Swift.
That's what it was.
So this is a really funny thing because the guy over there who's doing the music, he came
Yeah.
over and he's like, I'm just double checking. He's like, you have Taylor Swift. And I was like, it's an instrumental version.
Yeah, it was like really familiar, and I was sat there like
Yeah.
trying to figure it out, but also trying to concentrate.
Yeah.
So I was like, I have to ask
It's
you.
such a nice song though.
Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, I loved the theme of Kaizen, is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
And what drew you to that? Is that something that you use
yeah,
in your
like-
personal life as well?
Well, no, I was just like researching like Japanese learning techniques, and I came across it, and I was like, this is really interesting. And then I started to think about it, and I was like, Kaizen is kind of everywhere. And then I was like, coffee. I was like, it's everywhere in coffee. I think
Yeah.
when we dial in the morning, that's what we do. My whole process for this competition, like I started with nothing. And then just a little change
Building it up
every
step by
day,
step.
and by
Yeah.
the end, I had that whole routine. It's like, it's just a really cool concept, and I love how it ties into coffee and how we can use it to drive the industry forward.
Yeah, it feels like a manageable way to look at things as well,
Yeah,
right? It's like
yeah.
you don't have to do everything at once. You can
Like, if
just
you
focus
think-
on one thing at a time.
Exactly. When you first start like working on bar and you're dialing in the morning, you don't know what you're doing. You're making changes.
Yeah.
You don't know. But you like just one thing at a time. Oh,
Should we say goodbye to the
Thank you so
judges?
much. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
So many judges today, isn't there?
know, yeah,
so
so
many more than the
many.
heats.
Yeah.
So many people to say goodbye to.
I know, yeah, and it's so much bigger as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Amazing. So I loved the look of your signature drink. So
Thank
frothy
you.
when
Oh
it
my
came
God,
out.
It tastes so good.
It sounds
that drink,
amazing.
that drink, honestly, I had like nights in the roastery crying where I was like, nothing's gonna work, nothing tastes good. And then, everything comes together again, Kaizen, small changes. And yeah, I'm actually really proud of it. It tastes amazing. I hope the judges agree.
Love the glasses as well. They were so pretty.
Thank
I
you.
noticed those. And the little blue cups. I was like,
Oh, thank you. I know, yeah, I love me milk cups as
yeah,
well.
they're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they from?
They are from Coffee Collective. Yeah.
Ah, nice.
And they match as well, which is really cool.
Yeah, very cute. Love
The
a
little
theme.
things.
Love a theme. And the blue napkins.
I know, yeah. Blue is quite a
Amazing.
theme.
Cool. Well done, Laura.
Thank
and
you.
you can go relax now. So
Oh, yeah.
should we get one last round of applause for Laura?
Oh, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I think if you go this way, someone will take your microphone off. Sweet. Okay, so I just want to give a quick shout out to Malconic, who are our grinder sponsor. They provided the E80 Supreme grinders for us, and we've got Liam here working really hard behind the scenes to keep everything ticking along. So should we just give them a round of applause? So, okay, and we will be back in 10 minutes with the next competitor. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. Everybody's kind of excited. For those of you who don't know, if you're watching online, we are here in Elstree, the home of Chimbley, and you can come on down if you are in and around the area, or if you're in London, just jump on the Jubilee line and get here, because we have 14 amazing competitors competing today. We've already seen 2 of them bringing their skill, their talent to showcase what they're all about. So we are going to move on shortly. We are just waiting for judges. But whilst we are doing that, we have also got all of our sponsors around today. The next one I want to mention is Brita Water Systems. They water filters. They have been all around the UK with us, Scotland, Cardiff, Glasgow, Cardiff, Chichester, London, Manchester, making sure that the water quality is all consistent. They've got a whole, we're just gonna bring this camera around. We may just always like to challenge the cameramen. We can see over here the British stand, but they are here to talk to you and explain what they're all about. So if you want to know more about water and the water treatment they offer, particularly ask them about the IQ system. So we'll just move back here. Cool. Still waiting for judges. But yeah, the team there, we've got Gary there, who is a whole wealth of knowledge in terms of water and everything else. But like I say, all of our sponsors that we'll talk through during the day are here, and I've got various bits of their stuff around. So if you want to find more about the cleaning products, about green coffee, about the coffee machines, the grinders, all of them are here, and you can talk to them. We've already mentioned Malconig as well with the amazing E80 grinder that is bringing incredible flavor balance and consistency to the cup. So let's see where we are with the judges. No, still waiting on the judges. But Ted is ready to go. He is waiting in the wings from Watch House. But like I say, we have a whole day of competition, and we are looking forward to seeing what they all bring. Obviously, cool. The judges are just giving me the nods up. as we say, we're switching from the heats where we had 2 espressos, 2 milk-based beverages to present to 2 sensory judges. They're now presenting to 4 sensory judges with 4 espressos, 4 milk, and then adding their signature beverage in. So full-on complexity in terms of this. So without further ado, let's bring on our judges and give a big UKBC shout-out for Ted from Watch House.
Hey, good to meet you. Hey, good to meet you. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. How are you? Good to see you. How are you, all right? Hello there. How are you, all right? Yeah, good, thank you. Good. Do you have any questions? Yes. Who's who? Okay, fantastic. Can I hear my music, please? And if we can have it from the start. Time. We have more control over our fermentations than we've ever had before. Through techniques such as using sealed tanks, the introduction of yeast and bacteria, and anaerobic fermentation, we're able to increase the compounds which we perceive as positive flavors. But I was speaking to a producer, the producer of the coffee I'll serve you today, and he explained to me that one of the compounds that makes these controlled fermentations so exciting is the same compound that limits us from taking our espresso to the next level. This compound is carbonic acid. Try cup 1 for me, the one closest to me. This is carbonic acid at a lower concentration. You'll see it adds vibrancy and tropical character, and this contributes to many of the amazing flavors in anaerobically processed coffees. But coffee is made up of so many acids, right? So try cup 2, the one closer to you. This is carbonic acid at a higher concentration. Not the most pleasant, but you'll quickly see it quickly become sour, astringent, and dominant, limiting how much we can push from that coffee. Now let's be clear. The espresso we can make at the moment is excellent, but what if I told you that this producer has learned to control carbonic acid, allowing us to create espresso with more sweetness, more vibrancy, and the most amazing balance. This producer, Mauricio Chatar. Mauricio's farm, Finca La Negrita, sits at 1,800 meters above sea level in the Tolima region of Colombia. Here, he grows many exotic varietals, including the one I'll serve you today, Red Geisha. Now, Red Geisha is an exceptional fruit-forward varietal, but it's the innovative processing that creates the most amazing flavor balance. It begins with only the ripest red geisha cherries being picked, before they're sanitized to remove any foreign bacteria. These are then placed into stainless steel tanks to undergo fermentation, which is where the big innovation happens. Now, traditionally, these tanks would be flushed just once at the start with carbon dioxide. But Mauricio noticed that this created a higher level of carbonic acid as the CO2 was reacting with moisture in the coffee. So what did he do? Well, he found that by flushing the tanks periodically, time and time again, with nitrogen, he could dispel not only oxygen, creating an anaerobic environment, but also carbon dioxide, limiting the buildup of carbonic acid. This allows us to create espresso with the most amazing, high-quality flavors that I personally have never tasted before. Now, learning to roast this coffee was fascinating. We found that due to the lower concentration of carbonic acid, we are able to roast lighter, better highlighting the varietal's qualities, the Red Geisha. So we've chosen a profile that's 7 minutes and 30 seconds long. The end temperature is 203 degrees. Now, what I found when brewing anaerobically processed coffees is that they can be amazing. But once that carbonic acid hits the higher concentration, if you think back to that second cup, we quickly lose balance. We often have to tone everything down. But with this coffee, with this nitro process, the first shots I had were exceptional. And the more I took from the coffee, the better they got. With this lower carbonic acid content, I was able to tighten my ratio, improving both texture and sweetness. Now, my favorite part, the flavor profile. I'm going to ask you to write down the following flavors. You'll find mango, blackcurrant, strawberry, and dried apricot. The weight is medium. The texture velvety. And the finish is long and sweet like milk chocolate. Now I'm going to ask that you enjoy this coffee in 3 sips for me. But I'll tell you when to take these sips and what to focus on. So when you get your espressos, evaluate the crema, stir them 5 times using those pots in front for your spoons, and await my further instruction. Now, I can't wait to share with you an espresso with less carbonic acid, but more of everything else that we love from controlled fermentation. So once again, evaluate the crema, stir 5 times for me, place your spoons in the pots, and await further instruction. Thanks so much. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and take your first sip. I want you to focus on that mango, the blackcurrant, and the medium weight. And if you're ready, go ahead and take your second sip, this time focusing on that strawberry, that dried apricot, and the velvety texture. Now, Mauricio has designed coffees for moments like this. So whenever you're ready, enjoy your third and final sip. Take in the whole flavor profile of Finca La Negrita, especially that finish, like sweet milk chocolate. And whenever you're ready, we'll continue. Now the fermentation, optimize this coffee for espresso, creating the vibrant fruit flavors that you just tasted. But it's the unique drying process that intensifies these flavors, creating an amazing milk beverage. Maurizio's chosen a drying period of 8 weeks long, which is a long time. Here he keeps the relative humidity at less than 40%. He filters out all UV light and uses industrial fans, okay? And this, all together, intensifies the flavor profile, creating new and exciting flavors when paired with milk of strawberry cheesecake, bounty chocolate, and pear. Now, to match the high-quality sweetness that I found in the espresso, I freeze-distilled semi-skimmed milk. This, once blended back in with regular whole milk in equal parts, created a balance of fats, proteins, and sugars. It's just perfect for this coffee. Using just 50 grams of this milk creates an intense fruit-forward milk drink, once again, with no carbonic acid, but more of everything else that we love about the controlled fermentations. So when you get your milk drinks, stir them 5 times for me again. Use the same pots for your spoon. And enjoy a milk beverage from Finca La Negrita. Strawberry milkshake. Strawberry cheesecake, sorry. I've never tasted anything like it before. There you are. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy drinking it as much as I enjoyed making it. We'll save the best till last. Please enjoy. Thank you so much. We'll continue whenever you're ready. In the previous 2 courses, we used a tighter ratio, 18 grams in, 34 grams out, to maximize texture and sweetness. But in the signature drink, I found that 18.5 grams in, 60 grams out created the most amazing, high-quality flavor clarity in your drinks today. And don't forget, Maurizio chose to plant the red geisha for its fruit-forward profile. So to 4 shots of that espresso, you'll see the ingredients all here. I'm adding 200 grams of a blended fruit juice. This was made by taking equal parts red grape and strawberry. We blend them, filter them overnight, and add 10 grams of sugar, creating the same fruity sweetness that we've had in both previous courses. Now, Maurizio taught me that acid, any acid, in the right context and concentration can be positive. Acetic acid we would generally consider to be very negative in the context of coffee. But in this drink, 7 grams of a mango vinegar creates the most amazing vibrancy. This was 6 parts mango juice, 1 part sugar, with a 6-week fermentation. The last 2 of those weeks being open to oxygen, creating the vinegar. And the final ingredient is maybe the most significant of them all, pure nitrogen. The same nitrogen that Maurizio used to reduce carbonic acid in his coffee. I'm using here for its textural properties, creating the most amazing creamy texture in this long signature drink for you today. Now I'm going to finish the drink with freeze-dried raspberries, creating the final flavor profile, which you can write down, of passion fruit, pineapple, and black cherry. So here we are. Maurizio taught me that we've been able to improve coffee through controlled fermentation. But controlled fermentation also created the next limitation for our espresso in carbonic acid. And for this, he had to innovate. But Mauricio's innovations are not just conceptual. They're a reality which we can see, smell, and taste. A reality designed for moments, for drinks like this. A reality in which we can unlock espresso with more sweetness, more vibrancy, more flavor clarity, and the most amazing balance. Please enjoy. Thank you so much. Time.
Big round of applause for Ted. Ted, you can come around here.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good now.
All done now?
That's a relief.
Great presentation.
Thank you. Thank
It's really interesting hearing about the changes of control, because I think we're so used to, particularly nowadays in specialty coffee, having like these crazy carbonic macerations and everything else, and uber funky coffee. But actually, the concept of dialing it back a little bit as well.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing with with this coffee. What we found is that I think everyone's had the experience with a very funky coffee that, as a filter coffee or low concentration, it tastes amazing, vibrant, tropical. But you try and make espresso, and you always have to kind of dial it back, dial the acidity down a little bit. But with this coffee, it was very much like, let's take as much as we can from the coffee, because there is no, there's very low carbonic acid, so we can just keep taking more from it.
Yeah, and obviously using the nitrogen as like a neutralizer to just pause it and then come back in. And yeah. So I mean, I think again, it's the skill and the innovation of the farmers and the processors now is like beyond what we've ever seen before in the industry, which for me is super exciting.
That's it, right? Yeah, absolutely.
So we had flavors of blackcurrant, strawberry, and the mango. In the espresso. But then, obviously, moving on to the signature drink, becoming more black cherry, and so how did you find that those flavors developed with that addition of those fruit juices?
Well, I think it's a very good position to be in with this coffee, because it's so complex. There's so much there, and it wasn't a case of what are the flavors that we need to highlight or whatever. It was like, this coffee has so much. What do we want to bring out of it? And I think like a slightly different sort of expression of the coffee is really interesting.
Yeah, and also the interesting thing of adding that vinegar in, and obviously in cooking and I mean, particularly in fine dining, we talk a lot about adding the acidity to a dish and making it pop and everything else.
That's it.
Particularly when we chill a drink, we lose a lot of complexity.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so yeah, I mean, the fact of adding that acid, that acetic acid back in, that is, like say, can be quite spiky.
Yeah.
But in the right balance and in the right quantities.
Yeah, it's just about like kind of, I mean, Maurizio showed that we can like kind of challenge the preconception about like, it's the whole thing, like I said, any acid can be positive, it just needs to be in the right context and at the right concentration, right?
Yeah, no, but it sounds super exciting. So it obviously a big team at Watch House behind you and helping.
Definitely.
So who would you really like to thank?
Oh man, I think everyone who I've even interacted with in the past 2 months maybe has played a part. I mean everyone from the company, but I think obviously the main one is Mr. Ryan Garrick. Who,
Okay, big round of applause to Ryan. We're going to say goodbye to the judges.
Thanks so much.
Big round of applause for the judges as well, giving up their time to really reward the competitors in terms of what they're doing, and all through the heats. Well, like I say, absolutely amazing presentation, very accomplished and super interesting in terms of that process. You can go and relax now and hopefully see you later on.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Thanks.
Big round of applause one more time for Ted. Cool. Oh, sorry. Yeah, good point. I'm still on camera. There we go. We are going to be back in round about 10 minutes with our next competitor, and we will see you then. See you soon. Bye.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And can I just say quickly, whilst the competitor's on, if we could try and keep chatter to a minimum so that we're not distracting people, that would be awesome. Thank you. So we've got our next competitor up. Let's give him a big round of applause. It's Ryohji Hope from Origin Coffee Roasters. And let's welcome our judges on.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Hey. Thanks. Hey.
Just a few of us.
That's perfect. Right amount of people. More the merrier.
Enjoy yourself, and when you're ready, just say time and
Oh,
let's go.
cool. Thank you very much. You ready? Actually, before I start. Ready? Am I ready? Time. Hi judges, I'm Ryohji from Origin Coffee, and today I'd like to focus on communication, more specifically the way we communicate information and descriptors of our coffees to customers. Seeing a string of words for descriptions can be very confusing, and for this reason, miscommunication is a very common problem. And I'd like to tackle this today so that I can communicate myself better to elevate your drinking experience of this beautiful coffee. Now we're going to start with our milk course, but while I get these ready, let me give you some information about the coffee you're drinking today. It's a natural process, Cedar varietal, produced by Pepe Yillon on his farm, Finca Soledad. Situated in Imbabura province of Ecuador. And this coffee was grown at an elevation of 1,550 meters above sea level. Now, judges, I have left information cards in front of you for you to reference in case you have missed anything. Now, I believe miscommunication occurs due to lack of references. So today, I'll be giving you just that. So while I prepare my milk course, I ask that you pay attention to these visual references. I'm using a recipe of 19.5 grams in to 38 grams of espresso. With this recipe, I was able to pull out the sweet, fruit-forward characteristics of the coffee, and in this milk course, it's going to give you your first flavor note of strawberry cheesecake. And next, I'm combining this with milk that is 1 part freeze distilled milk and 2 part regular full-fat milk. This is going to enhance the sweetness of my coffee, and this is going to lead to your second flavor note of custard. And finally, I'm heating this milk to a temperature of around 55 degrees, as I found that this was the sweetest point for my milk. And this is going to give you your last flavor note of millionaire shortbread. Now, judges, to achieve all of this, I'm combining with, my espresso with my milk at a ratio of 1 to 3. And when I serve your milk course, I ask that you inspect the visual, stir 10 times using one of the teaspoons provided. Place the used teaspoons in the gray cups in front of you, and enjoy. This is for you. Enjoy. is for you. Enjoy. This is for you. Enjoy. And last but not least, thank you for waiting. This one is for you. Enjoy. Now I'll leave you to enjoy the milk course as I make a start on your espressos. Thank you. If we're ready, let's move on to our espressos. Now, before I serve you your espresso course, I'm going to give you a couple of instructions. When you do receive my espressos, I ask that you inspect the crema, stir 6 times using your other teaspoons, again, placing it in the grey cups in front of you once used, but don't drink it just yet, and wait for my instructions. At Finca Soledad, cherries are picked, and they are hand sorted to ensure only the ripest cherries are taken onto the processing stage. And then these perfect cherries are placed into a fermentation tank with a controlled temperature of 16 to 22 degrees for a time range of 8 days. Now, judges, it's what Pepe does next. That got me really excited about using this coffee. On the 6th day of the fermentation, Pepe adds mosto. Mosto is juice that is produced during the fermentation of the coffee cherries. And this specific mosto was this was produced during the fermentation of his last year's crop of this exact same varietal. Now, Pepe believes adding mosto on the later stage of the fermentation enhances the complex fruit-forward characteristics of this coffee without shocking the coffee cherries, which can enhance unwanted acidity. And after 8 days of fermentation, the cherries are taken out of the fermentation tank and they're left outside for a short period of 2 hours. This allows the cherries to fully drain. And once fully drained, cherries are placed in a cool, dark environment where the environment is regulated by fans and dehumidifiers. And they're left there to dry until they reach a moisture content of 16%. Now, this complex and unique approach of fermentation by Pepe has enhanced the fruit-forward characteristics of this coffee, and this is going to lead to your first flavor note of passion fruit. Next, this coffee was roasted to perfection by our head roaster Amadeus with a starting temperature of 175 degrees and an end temperature of 212 degrees. He achieved the optimal caramelization of the sugars, leading to your second flavor note of mango. And lastly, I'm brewing this coffee with a recipe of 18.5 grams in to 38 grams of espresso. With this recipe, I was able to achieve clarity, enhancing these beautiful flute-forward characteristics, giving you your last descriptor of strawberry. Enjoy. These are for you. But now that our palates are warmed up from the milk course, we're also going to focus on tactile notes. So, as well as a visual reference, I'm going to expand on the descriptors I'm giving you today. You're going to notice medium body. I want you to imagine the weight and viscosity of drinking semi-skim milk. With juicy texture, I want you to imagine smooth, fresh orange juice. With lingering tea-like finish. And I want you to imagine Assam. Now, please, judges, enjoy your espressos. Now, if we're ready, I'd like to move on to my signature course. Now, without Pepe, we wouldn't be here today to enjoy this incredible coffee. So I'd like to dedicate my signature course to Pepe. We're going to start with 2 shots of my espresso brewed at a recipe of 22 grams in to 30 grams out. And when I was speaking to Pepe, he was excited that I was picking out notes of mango. Turns out, as you can see in the picture, mango is his favorite fruit. So I got to thinking about how I could enhance the mango characteristics in my signature beverage. So to this, I'm adding 10 grams of mango syrup, which I have created by boiling together 1 part fresh mango, 1 part caster sugar, and 1 part water. But just this alone, I felt it lacked complexity. So I took inspiration from Pepe's use of mosto, and I have created a mango peel saccharin by placing 1 part mango peel and 1 part caster sugar. This process allows the sugars to pull out the oils and the complex floral characteristics out of the mango peels. And by adding 20 grams of this mango saccharin, thank you, you're going to notice your first flavor note of candied mango. Now, from sampling to profiling to brewing, there was a prominent presence of passion fruit. So I wanted to bring that into the last course of today. I'm going to add 30 grams of passion fruit juice, which once combined with the mango syrup, is going to give you your second flavor note of pineapple. And finally, I took inspiration from an Ecuadorian traditional drink called Pinot Lilo, which is a milky, spicy, sweet drink. So I'll be adding 40 grams of freeze distilled milk, which I have also used in my milk course. And this brings everything together, giving you your last flavor note of strawberry milkshake. I will be shaking this over ice to ensure all the flavor profile is combined and also to chill the drink. When I do serve your signature course, I ask that you swirl in between sips to ensure the texture stays stable. enjoy. Now, I hope by providing these form of references, I was able to elevate your drinking experience of this incredible coffee. Thank you so much for your time, for being here today, and time.
All right, give it up for Ryohji.
Cheers.
Nice one, man. Do you want to come over here? Oh, he's shaking a bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's that adrenaline, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
How did that feel for you? I mean, you seemed super confident.
Did I?
Yeah,
Well,
you did.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed we're doing like a little bit of meditative breathing at the start, a
Yeah.
little bit of alternate nostril. Love
Frida
that.
told me that.
Oh,
Our
nice.
head of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if there's any other ways that you keep yourself calm and in the zone.
I'm terrible at it,
Are
to be
you?
honest. I'm one of those people that would normally just like push through it. I'm like, just do
Yeah.
it. And I'm like,
Well, it clearly worked because
Yeah.
it didn't show. It didn't show. You seemed super, super calm.
as long as the front was, good, yeah.
Yeah, it was great to hear about Pepe as well.
Yeah.
And I love that you dedicated your signature drink to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah,
That's
I think
really,
it's
really
important
cool.
to bring that producer element in because we talk so much about like roasting and recipes, brewing.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they produce the coffees, and without them, we
Even
wouldn't have
just
that, so.
knowing that mangoes are his favorite fruit. I'm
Oh,
like,
it was so cute. He
love
was just
that.
like, I was like, oh, do you have any mangoes growing in your farm? And he just sent me the picture, and I was like, this is
so
amazing.
good.
I'm using
Yeah,
that.
you need to put that picture up on the internet or something
I know,
so
yeah,
everyone can
that's
see
it,
it. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. What else was I going to ask you about? I'm going to have to check my phone.
Go for it. Go for it.
Sorry.
That's all good.
It's that ADHD brain. Oh, here you go. You can say
Thank
goodbye
you.
to the judges whilst I think.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. I wanted to compliment your music choices.
Yes. That
Some
was actually my
bangers
girlfriend.
on that playlist.
She was like, oh, I didn't actually have a playlist until this
Yeah.
morning. And I was like,
Oh.
oh, I don't have a playlist. She was like,
What?
are you talking about?
Well,
And
so she
like,
just put
listening
it together
through-
for you.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah,
like,
it
these
was
bangers,
great.
bangers, bangers. I was like,
Some little Sims
great.
on there.
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah, honestly. Such a collection of great songs.
Yeah. She's
And
got
I
great taste.
also noticed your pin badges.
Yes.
Tell us about them.
I like collecting them.
Yeah, same.
And I actually realized that everyone has this apron. So I was like,
so you wanted
better
to
add my own touches to
jazz
this.
it up a little bit. So what do we got? We got an Oatly
Mod
badge.
Bar, Oatly, EK.
Nice.
Some
Love
little
that.
geeky stuff in there.
Two of our sponsors. Nice
Yeah,
one.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Well, I mean, well done on an amazing routine.
God.
Go wipe your forehead.
Yeah,
And
literally, I'm like
relax.
dripping. I'm
And
like,
should we get another last round of applause for Ryohji?
thank you.
Great job, man.
Thanks.
All right, so this is a great moment to shout out one of our sponsors, which is Oatly. They are our alternative milk sponsor, so let's just get a little cheer for them. Woo! Yes. Okay, awesome. All right, we'll be back very shortly, I imagine. In about 15 minutes. And Rob's just going to jump in.
Only because, including Helena, loves merch. Yeah? We both love merch. And if you wave nicely to the guys at Malconic, they have some merch. So if you're here in the room, go and see Malconic. They've got some merch that you're welcome to have, as well as some amazing grinders. If you're not here and you're online, come down and grab some merch. Simple.
Love that. I'm going to go grab some merch. Yeah, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to UK Barista Championships 2023. Cool. We have already seen some amazing competitors bringing in the addition of the signature drink into the performance here at semi-finals. Obviously, finals tomorrow. Only 6 people will be going through to the finals. So by the end of today, we will find out who those 6 people are. Also tomorrow, we are going to have a sponsor spotlight in between each competitor as well, where we'll be able to taste some coffee with the 6 finalists, and also have a little spotlight on each of the on 6 of the sponsors, and yeah, just talk through some of that. But without further ado, our judges are ready, waiting in the wings. So we are going to get going. We'll talk on the other side. But for now, give a big UKBC round of applause to Arran Stein from Grumpy Mule. And let's bring on those judges.
Hello? Off this bump. This bump. This bump. This bump. This bump. This bump. How are you doing, Josh? Has anyone else got really dry mouth, or is it just me? Sorry about that. Okie doke. Let's do this. Can I get my music, please? Sorry, it starts quiet, so I'm just going to wait. It starts very quiet. I swear, not normally this quiet. Really quiet. I'm just going. And time. Judges, I love this. I love specialty coffee. I want to share it far and wide. But to do so, we need to reach a wider market. So let me use my advertising degree to explain to you all the law of diffusion of innovation. What this law states is that to move from niche to the mainstream, you have to pass a tipping point at 15 to 18% market penetration. Let's take flat whites as an example. Specialty coffee shop regular for years. And then suddenly overnight, boom, they were everywhere, literally everywhere. They passed that tipping point and just fell into the mainstream. So if we make up 5 to 6% of the UK market, how do we move towards that tipping point? Well, I wanted to discuss 2 pillars with you today. The first of which I discussed with Jameson Savage from Finca Debra in Panama, situated at 1,900 meters above sea level. Now, when I discussed my routine, Jameson suggested that a symbiosis geisha would be perfect for today. This is due to its complexity. It's had 100 hours of anaerobic fermentation, which help build on your typical citrus and floral notes you expect from geishas, and add extra juiciness and complexity to the coffee. Now, I wanted to do my best to capture this within my roast profile. So I roasted this 11 days ago using a pre-soak, which is where you use a high charge and effectively turn the power off almost to 0, because in doing so, I found this brought the best sweetness to the cup, which today you will perceive as medium to high. I wanted to balance my acidity with that sweetness, and I have done that by using chilled cups that I got out of the chiller just before I started, because I found in doing so, it brought more clarity to my shot, and you will find a medium citric acidity. You will find a low to medium bitterness, The recipe I'm using today is 18.5 in, extracting 42 out. Here I found the best tactile experience, which includes a medium weight, a silky and velvety texture, and a pleasant, lingering finish. All together, judges, you can expect taste notes of red grapefruit, nectarine, lychee, and I'll save the other for a minute. Now, if I explained that to the 95% of people outside of specialty coffee, they would not have a clue what I was on about. Please assess your crema, but don't drink yet. We're going to wait a little longer. What is coffee to them? Well, lucky you, it's in that mug in front of you. This is instant coffee, and I'd like you to take a sip for reference because I want you to get into their mindset. Because if this is what they're used to, and this is a smooth coffee, apparently, they walk into our specialty coffee shop. They experience something like this geisha, and the information on this bag is supposed to help them understand what they're tasting. Speaking of tasting, in a couple of seconds, I'm going to ask you to stir 5 times. On your first sip, that red grapefruit and nectarine are a joy. They're right up front. On your second sip, please hold it in your mouth for 5 seconds, because I've found in doing so that silky texture is heightened, and a new taste note of English rose slowly grows and appears. Please, I think you've waited long enough. These are for your spoons. Enjoy. Handles help. So milk drink judges, today I am using an organic barista milk from the Acorn Dairy in Darlington. This is a phenomenal organic farm, which I've used every time I compete. And every time I do testing, but always find out it comes out with the best sweetness. This is mainly due to the fact there's no homogenization in its process. So, I found this sweetness paired beautifully with the sweetness in the geisha. It has a buttery texture, this milk drink, and you can expect taste notes of banana custard, my son's favorite, of shortbread biscuit, vanilla, and on the finish, salted caramel. To be there. Now, judges, I could explain that to anybody, even people from the 95%. And they would understand what I'm talking about. But they would have really struggled with that espresso. Why is that? Well, milk drink uses simple descriptive language. It's language everyone understands. This is the type of language humans use to learn new things. This is the type of language I would use with my children at home. So, let's apply this to that espresso course. Please turn those coffee bags around in front of you. We'll go green to orange. This, judges, is simple descriptive language. If that person from the 95% had walked into our specialty coffee shop and seen this, they could have understood what it was they were going to taste. Take, for example, Bright. Bright denounces that red grapefruit citric acidity. Got the shakes much? Juicy is that nectarine, that stone fruit. And lastly, complex sums the coffee up. So someone from the 95% could have walked in and said, what makes it complex? At this point, you've opened a door in which you can explain how 100 hours of anaerobic fermentation can do this to a coffee. You see, what we've done is we've opened a door with simplistic language. And in doing so, we can start to explain all our complexity in depth. Simplicity does not negate complexity, judges. It opens a door to it, and that's the first pillar. I would like us to open more doors, because appreciation can only begin with understanding. Please enjoy your milk drinks, and while you do, I'm going to start on that second pillar. Deep breaths. So, simplistic language is our first pillar. What is the second? Well, today, judges, you're looking to assess balance. What is balance? It's sweetness, bitterness, and acidity in such a way that you find lovely clarity in that shot. Let's break these down. Sweetness. We've had sweet shops in the UK since the 1800s. As a country, we know all about sweetness. Bitterness. Well, we are a home of green vegetables. My mother has force-fed me them all my life. We are very used to bitterness. Acidity. This is different and this is new. Acidity has evolved over the years. So, in front of you, you will notice a lovely new picture of my face and my father's face. I'm calling this document my acidity library. You'll notice that mine is quite a lot larger than my father's. That is because, growing up in the 90s, and due to globalization, I was exposed to far more acidities than he was. Take, for example, pineapple, citric, tartaric, and grape. Mango, which literally is a bit of everything. My recipe is slightly different for my signature beverage. I'm extracting 44 out. I found it brought better flavor clarity to my signature drink. So, I wanted to create a drink today because my father is in the 95% that I could enjoy with him. So, I'm starting with 4 shots of Symbiosis Panama Geisha. And I'm adding to my hyper chiller because in doing so I've found this captures the flavor of this espresso perfectly and nails it. Next, I'm going to give you my taste notes because I'm combining flavors of the UK and Panama to make a drink that we could enjoy together. Today you will taste wild strawberry, red cherry. Sorry, it's got a melting ice cream, not melted, melting ice cream texture. And lastly, English cola, like a Fentimans cola or a Karma cola. So, how do we do this? Well, first, the citric acidity from the espresso in the shape of red grapefruit, when I add 15 mils of a blackcurrant reduction, helps turn it to the citric acidity in the wild strawberry. I made this by heating blackcurrants for 20 minutes on a low heat and then passing through a sieve. The next two are a bit more complicated, and feel free to keep this so you don't need to write it all down. I'm adding 30 milliliters of an apple and rhubarb geisha saccharum, which is always a mouthful. I made this by taking used geisha puck, mixing 1 part geisha puck to 1 part cane sugar, and leaving for 24 hours. This creates an oily slurry. But the next day, I passed Panama geisha pour-over, an apple and rhubarb pressed juice at a 1:2 ratio on the half of the apple and rhubarb. And I'm adding 30 milliliters. This adds a lovely malic acidity, which turns the nectarine into the cherry. Next, I'm going to add 10 milliliters of a milk clarification. Why milk? Well, looking at this, mine and my father's largest circles are lactic. We've always grown up with milk. We know cheese very well. We do enjoy a cheese board, actually. So I wanted the lactic acidity, but I didn't want the body. So I made a milk clarification. I made a lactic acid solution, which is 10% lactic acid powder in 100 milliliters of water, stirred, mixed with a simple syrup, and then put onto milk. You then pass that through a Chemex filter. Chemex is best due to the density of the filter paper. Time and time again, it strips the color, but leaves you with a lovely lactic flavoring. This is what gives us that melted ice cream texture. And lastly, 2 milliliters of a cane sugar. These have all gone into the chiller to cool. And next, I'm going to whip in a NutriBullet, because I found this brought the best texture to the drink. Super. When I serve, thank you. When I serve, I'd like you to take 2 sips, and like the espresso on your second sip, please hold it in your mouth for 5 seconds. Because in doing so, that red cherry evolves into a dark cherry flavor. I'd also like you to stir it 10 times before you drink the first time, and before every other sip, please again swirl. Judges, it's been a pleasure. Today, I've used simplistic language to explain what we're doing. I've understood acidity and the acidity of the 95%. And in doing so, I hope I might have moved us from 95 to 94%. Thank you for your time.
Big round of applause for Arran. Arran, you can come round here.
Water.
Dry mouth. You know, if any of these helpers want to get him some water.
Thanks, Wojciech. I knew you were useful.
Thank you. You're allowed.
Thank
to.
you.
Yeah, it's always that moment when your mouth just strips out. We kind of saw a little bit of the start of this presentation last season.
Yeah.
And so now we're seeing a whole year's involvement on, but also a message that you really believed in and you wanted to bring in terms of that accessibility with consumers and being just more in touch, I guess.
It's just getting them through the door. Because there are, and don't get me wrong, there are people in this industry who are phenomenal at it. But it's just helping people get into us. I have no problem. That's exactly how I'd set a pack out. Quite easy, on the back, go nuts. You can go as detailed as you want, but it's helping them understand what they're tasting. Because Grumpy Mule, I've spent a lot of time bringing people into specialty coffee. And the cuppings are always, I'm sure most people here, whenever they've had a coffee that's too acidic, they'll be told that it tastes too bitter. And it's just a lack of understanding of the language and how it works. And just by playing with language and being smarter with it, I think we could help more people understand what we're doing.
Yeah, no, I you know, and I love the way, especially for me, that the way that you talk through the simplifying on the other side of the pack and kind of where you were doing that. And yeah, it is, we can overwhelm people in terms of what we do. I also love the collection of mugs. They're fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. They are mine for my house. The Newcastle one's my first mug that I got in 1995 when Newcastle were 12 points clear at the top of the Premier League. It's the happiest I've ever been, and it's all been downhill since.
Well, I'm historically a Leeds United fan, and so, we won't talk about that too much.
Fair enough.
We've seen another outing of the drink splitter, which is,
it takes some practice, but once he got it, it's just. I mean, I wouldn't have finished. I wouldn't have got done.
But it is. It's like just a simple idea that I mean. Obviously,
well done, Oli Jones, wherever you are.
Yeah.
Well done, Oli.
So is that your own 3D printed one now, or?
No, I've unfortunately not. Someday maybe, but not yet. No, I bought that one.
So we talked about also. I mean, there was the clarification that went into there. And
so fun.
Just double check. No, judges, are you good? Yeah, cool. We'll just say goodbye to the judges very quickly. Round of applause for the judges. Yeah, the milk clarification. I mean that's used a lot in the cocktail industry.
Yeah.
I did a cinnamon rum punch with a milk clarification, but the texture that it creates.
It's amazing. I clarified everything. I went nuts. I tried also, and I just basically got all the acidities. I tried vinegars, wines, also, and it was just so interesting. But yeah, the texture is always great, and I really wanted lactic acidity in the drink, but I didn't want to add milk and create that texture. I wanted to do that with the NutriBullet. So it's been fun. Simona's sick of the fridge at work, which is just full of sacrums and clarifications.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and also saccharum as well, which through various channels has kind of, come back into that. But the fact of reusing something that we discard as well.
That's it as well. And I'd never tried it with juice before. I'd never seen anyone do it with just juice. And I was trying to create that sort of combined flavor. And the first time I had it, I made a bunch of them, and I tried them. The apple and rhubarb it just tasted like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it tasted like home. It tasted like growing up, like that sort of very English flavor. So,
well, everything's done that you can do now, and that it's in the hands of the judges. But a big round of applause for Arran.
Thank you.
You can go and relax.
Thanks,
Always
Rob.
a pleasure.
Thank God.
Cool. We must take a moment to mention another one of our sponsors, Kavoya, who are at the back. Howard is around. Chat to him. They are our green coffee sponsor for UKBC. They have they're brewing a few coffees as well. Some super tasty filter on there. So, if you want a little bit of a break and a change from espresso-based beverages, then you can move over and have a little bit of that and chat to Howard and get to know what Kavoya do and all their rebranding. We are also going to have a little chat with them hopefully tomorrow. We are going to be back probably in about 5-10 minutes with our next competitors. So see you then. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we have got our next competitor ready to go, and our judges are waiting patiently. So let's crack on. Next up, we've got Will Pitts from Fort's Cafe. Let's welcome on our judges.
Hi, thank you. Hello, thank you. Hi, you all right? Hello. Hello.
Just a bunch of us.
Just 10 or
Nice
something?
to see you again.
You too?
When you're ready.
Is the mic on? Yeah. Sorry? We ready? Ready, yeah? Okay, music, please. And time. 3 years ago, I got the keys to my very own cafe, Fort's Cafe. Since then, I've been curating a guest espresso menu to perfectly highlight the constantly evolving world of specialty coffee. But Fort's didn't just start 3 years ago. It's actually been a cafe since the 1950s. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey back in time, showing you all the different coffee styles that Fort's has seen in these 70 years of being open. To start with, for my espresso course, I'm going to start right here, right now, in the year 2023. Where we're seeing so many different coffee processes from producers all around the world. When choosing the guest espresso at Fort's, I've noticed that some of the cleanest and most exciting coffees are coming from Colombia. And that's what we're brewing for you guys today. It's a carbonic maceration from Tolima in Colombia. And it is a Gesha varietal. Grown at the top of the farm in Finca El Vergel. This coffee is grown at 1,500 meters above sea level. And it goes through an amazing and unique process to produce amazingly floral and tropical flavor notes. After the coffee is picked, the cherries go through an initial fermentation for 36 hours in Grain Pro bags. After this, the coffee undergoes 90 hours of a carbonic maceration process. This process is slowed down by CO2 being pumped into it every 6 hours at 6 bars of pressure. What this does is it slows down the fermentation. And that's what brings us the amazingly sweet, floral, and tropical flavor notes. After this carbonic maceration process, the coffee is slowly dried in a room which has humidity controlled, slowly stepping down over 30 days, yielding an amazingly crisp and clean acidity. What this means in the cup, after being roasted by plot coffee roasters to an Agtron level of 80, is an amazingly clean and crisp espresso, as I've said. To highlight this, I'm brewing the coffee at 19.3 grams in to 40 grams yield in 30 seconds. It's going to give us a medium to high acidity, which is citric and tropical, a medium sweetness, and a medium to low bitterness. It's going to have a medium weight, a silky texture, and a crisp blood orange-like finish. We're going to find the flavor notes of jasmine, fresh passion fruit, blood orange. I'm serving these espressos in room temperature cups to reduce the temperature. This will lead to a higher sweetness and a better overall cup. Please stir the espresso 6 times with a smaller spoon in front of you. And enjoy, from 2023, my guest espresso. Thank you, enjoy. Judges, the year is 2005, and the UK coffee scene is bristling with excitement over a brand new coffee that's just hit the market, all the way from Australia. It is, of course, the infamous flat white. The customers at Forts are blown away by how different it is to the normal milky drinks they're drinking. Today, you're going to receive a mini flat white. The temperature will be 55 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, we're going to find it to be incredibly sweet, something that those customers were blown away by, especially compared to their 75-degree lattes they were so used to drinking. The ratio is 1 part espresso to 3 parts steamed milk, giving you a coffee-dominant flavor profile. The milk I'm using is from Hincton Dairy, a local dairy to Forts back in Kent. It's 100% Holstein cow, which yields amazing protein in the milk. This will give us an amazing sheen and 1 centimeter of milk foam depth. Judges, when I fill this mini flat white, I'm going to leave a tiny amount of space in the top, because I don't really want you to stir your mini flat white. I'd like for you to please kind of fold the crema and the foam in with the rest of the milk. What this will do is give us a nice balance. That means it won't be really crema dominant in the cup. And flavor-wise, we're going to notice quite a big change in this amazing coffee. First of all, that acidity in the cup that we found to be quite medium to high in the espresso is going to be mellowed out, but still quite tropical. The 3 flavor notes are mango lassi, ripe banana, and vanilla, keeping it super tropical but luxurious. So first flat white for you. Thank you. For you, mini flat white. Thank you. For you, a mini flat white. There you go, thank you. And last but not least, mini flat white. There we go. And just for reference, this is Thoughts' branding from when the customers are drinking flat whites as well. Nice and old school. There you go. Judges, the year is now 1950. We've gone way back in time to when Thoughts isn't actually called Thoughts. It's called Fortes. It's an Italian-owned ice cream and espresso bar, serving the customers at Thoughts who are visiting the Margate Lido, just around the corner, which is an outdoor swimming pool. They're crazy busy and smashing out ice cream every day. I am celebrating this amazing history by doing the exact same for you. Fresh, amazing espresso and homemade ice cream. As you may have noticed, I've been chilling on my cold plate over there, an ice cream base. I'm going to serve you an affogato today. So, each time you take a sip of this affogato, it's going to represent a different part of Thoughts' history. The first sip is going to represent the current time, all the fruity, amazing espressos we're getting in. This is going to melt a drop of passion fruit that's on top, and it's going to yield the flavor note of fresh passion fruit. The second sip is going to represent the second course, 2005, that amazing flat white that they tasted back then, with those creamy but tropical flavor notes of mango lassi. We're going to have mango ice cream as a flavor note. And finally, for the third sip, we're going to have the flavor note of fresh coconut. This is due to the base that I used having a little bit of coconut cream in it. Proper frozen. There we go. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the ice cream in the cup and let it slightly start melting. When you receive the affogato, please start swirling it 10 times. That's when you'll receive your first flavor note when you sip it. and that's fresh passion fruit. After that, we're going to swirl it 10 more times, getting the mango ice cream flavor note. Obviously, don't drink it yet, it's not got any coffee in it. I'll pour that straight on top of it when it's ready. After that second sip, please swirl 10 more times. For that third flavor note, of fresh coconut. My espresso for this course is the same as the espresso round and the milk course. 19 grams in to 40 grams yield in 30 seconds. And judges, I'd like to take this moment just to say thank you for coming with me on this journey back in time through the history of thoughts. So please go ahead and enjoy after 10 swirls. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Time.
All right. Well done, Will.
Thank
Where are we going? Over here. Do you
Hi.
want to come this
Sorry,
way?
I got lost.
Nice one. I love these like ice cream sundae type chalices.
They're exactly
So
chalices,
cool. So cool. And I was absolutely fascinated by the contraption that you've got over there to
Yeah.
do the ice cream. Can you just explain how that works? Because I couldn't figure it out.
So, you know, like a hot plate,
Yeah.
that but
the
cold.
reverse of a
yeah,
hot
pretty
plate.
much.
Really, really cool. Also, when you got the squeezy bottle out, I was like, what's he doing with that mayo? Like, what's the plan?
I love mayonnaise, but
Yeah.
I can't pair it with a coffee.
Yeah, no. That's a
Not
challenge
so
for
sure.
someone.
I'm
Make a
sure-
sick drink with mayo in.
I'm sure a few people could do it, yeah.
Cool. I really, really liked the theme that you chose, talking about thoughts through the years. Did you know straight away that that's what you were going to do? Like, that's how you wanted to approach the routine?
Yeah, I think so. I think just when I found out the history of it, it just made so much sense. Like, you
Yeah.
can kind of stagger a whole routine through its history.
I
And
liked
it's been really nice just looking back in time and seeing the history of the place. It's
Yeah.
just been really nice.
Awesome. Yeah, I like the jump from 1950 to 2005. It's like that bit in between.
Yeah,
Who
not
goes?
much happened.
Yeah, just more ice cream.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, and then eventually flat whites.
pretty much. Yeah.
Nice. And can I Oh no, we can't. Can we? Oh,
Not
let's
yet.
say goodbye to
Thank you very much.
judges.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Cheers.
And tell us more about how you picked the coffee that you were serving. So you've had it on guest in Thoughts?
So, worked closely with Plot Coffee Roasters,
Uh-huh.
who just roast the best coffee. And we just looked around until we found the right one. And luckily,
Yeah.
this one came up, which is an absolute banger.
Yeah.
And it's just so tropical and so floral.
Awesome. And can you tell us a bit more about what you put in the ice cream? Because I saw those little drippers.
Yeah, I probably should have said that. Fresh passion
It's all right,
fruit.
you can say it now.
Fresh,
Fresh passion fruit.
fresh passion fruit, and there was watermelon in there as well.
Oh, sick.
yeah.
I mean, that sounds absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah, it was a very tasty
wish
drink.
I got to try some. Is there some left in there? Never. I'm going to try and get some in the back.
No one's looking.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, amazing. Should we give one last round of applause to Will? Well done, mate. You can go chill out, have your mic taken off, relax.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's
I
over.
will.
All right, sweet. So we will be back probably in about 15 minutes, I reckon, with the next competitor, and then we'll have a little break for lunch. And we'll see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. Awesome. Well, it is great to be here in Elstree and seeing 14 of the best baristas in the UK compete head-to-head in these semi-finals. Only 6 go through to tomorrow. Our next judges are ready, which is awesome. So we'll speak on the other side, but give a big SCA welcome to Vag. And let's bring on the judges.
Hey, how are you? Hi, nice to see you. Hey, nice to see you. Hey, how are you? Hi, you good? Hi, thank you. Hey, you're right. Just gonna say,
Oh, one more.
good to see you. Good, thank you. Just a couple of things. Can I have a sound check, please? Can I have a sound check? Can we play it from the start? Are you all standing comfortably? Yeah? And time. Over the years in coffee, we've seen a constant increase in cup quality and complexity of flavors in the cup. However, as a barista, when I present and describe such complex coffees to my guests, I often feel a disconnection between the flavor descriptors I give them and the flavors they find in the cup. And I've been asking myself why, and I came to realize that this disconnection will persist unless we guide our guests through their whole drinking journey and offer to them a more mindful coffee experience. So the first step for me was to develop a new tasting protocol that will allow us to explore all these complex flavors together. And I call this the mindful tasting technique. It uses a combination of pauses between the sips, as well as holding the liquid on our palate at specific times. The pauses between the sips give the necessary time for the aromatics to reach the flavor library of our brain, which is called the gustatory cortex. And it is that extra time that allows us to fully identify all those flavors. Also, holding the liquid on our palate at specific times leads to a richer and more transparent tactile experience. So today, judges, we'll utilize this protocol to enhance your drinking experience so you can enjoy all the complex flavor of this unique coffee that I'm about to offer. And I want to take you back to when it all began for me. late last year when I first tasted lot 836, a natural anaerobic geisha produced by Finca Los Alpes and Kai Johnson. And judges, deep in that Panamanian rainforest, on the slopes of Tizingal volcano up at 1,700 meters above sea level, his green tip geisha matured way more slowly than any of his other coffees, increasing the complexity of flavors in the final cup. And Kai enhances that with his 72-hour natural anaerobic fermentation, providing structure and highlighting this unique sweetness that you will enjoy in the cup today. So now you will see that I will pour these signature shots or this fair, and I will tell you more about this later on. So today, judges, we will start with the espresso. And I want you to enjoy this espresso over 3 sips. I want you to have 10-second pause between those sips to fully experience this amazing coffee. First sip, I want you to look for that malic acidity and that lovely raspberry note that I love. And the second sip, a note of cranberry will reach your palate. And third sip is all about tactile. So I want you to enjoy medium weight, that syrupy coating texture, and the long, sweet, raspberry-like finish. And I want you to hold that last sip on your palate for around 5 seconds, because that raspberry finish will turn into a juicier, raspberry-like one. Now, judges, the complexity of this coffee peaks at a temperature around 55 degrees Celsius. So to bring your espresso down to this temperature, you will see that I will stir your espresso with frozen spoons, so you can enjoy this amazing coffee with the most amazing flavor clarity. But before I do that, I will pass the espresso in front of you so you can evaluate the crema. You're evaluating this one. You're evaluating that one. You're evaluating this one. And you're evaluating this one. So when you're ready, start your timer to your right to help with your pauses and enjoy lot 836 in this mindful coffee experience. Please enjoy that. Thank you so much. Judges, when you're ready. Let's move on to one of my most favorite expressions of this amazing geisha. I love this raspberry note when we combine this coffee with milk. And I would love for us to taste it together. So let me guide you through the protocol for the milk course. Stir 5 times to enhance creamy texture and enjoy over 2 sips with 10-second pause between them. First sip, enjoy creamy and buttery mouthfeel and that raspberry note. Second sip, the raspberry continues, followed by a milk chocolate flavor. If you miss any of those flavors, please have a look at the cards in front of you. And I will join you at the table in just a second. Now, judges, Kai enhanced the fruity character of this geisha with his 72-hour natural anaerobic fermentation. And I want to maximize that in the drink today with my recipe. 19.5 in and 36 out. Please enjoy that. I also wanted to give a coating texture to this coffee. So instead of roasting the coffee darker, we extended the Maillard phase of the roast. And then we dropped it to 208 degrees Celsius in 10 minutes and 30 for a clean finish. Please enjoy that. And to really highlight that fruity character, we needed a special milk, higher in fats and proteins. And I knew that the Guernsey cows from the estate dairy in Somerset create exactly the milk that I want. 3.5% protein, 4.7% fat. Please enjoy that. For that reason, I pair 1 part espresso, 3 parts milk steamed at 55 degrees Celsius, and when paired together with a mindful tasting protocol, we'll enjoy this raspberry note that we all worked so hard for. Please enjoy that. When you're ready, judges. Moving on to one of my most favorite expressions of this geisha. And I love the amazing raspberry note that Kai created through his fermentation. And I wanted to elevate that in your signature drink. For that reason, I took inspiration from the world of wine, who have been creating tasting experience for decades. That's why my first ingredient for today is red apple, specifically sweet tango varietal. Because this varietal, its maturity cycle is way longer than any of the other varietals, bringing it this bright malic acidity, reminiscent of the acidity of Kai's geisha. Now, to create complexity of this coffee, I did 72-hour anaerobic fermentation in this silk container. And that created a more pronounced, complex, fruity acidity. And to enhance sweetness, I slow cooked it in the oven 10 days, 65 degrees Celsius, before I strained it. And that creating this amazing, complex, and sweet liquid that when I add just 40 mils of that, it brings out the new flavor of pineapple in the drink. And now that we enhance flavor depth, it's time to bring flavor clarity. For that reason, I made Cascara kombucha. 50 grams Cascara from Kai's farm, and the 2-liter kombucha fermentation for 5 days at room temperature. And that created a refreshing kombucha and vibrant that when I add just 40 mils of that, it makes this raspberry note so riper and sweeter in the drink. 4 shots of geisha with the same espresso recipe, 18.18, 38 out, that I poured over this chilling grog to highlight juicy acidity in the drink. Now we'll bring all these flavors in perfect harmony using this magnetic stirrer. And then you will see that I will pour this drink over this aerator, because this will give you the wine sensation, that syrupy mouthfeel that I love about this coffee. All right. Serving temperature for today, 8 degrees. Because with this temperature and this ratio, we have the perfect synergy of flavors. And now drinking protocol. Taking the aroma of candied pineapple. First sip. A raspberry, which is very juicy in the first sip. And that raspberry in the second sip will become sweeter. And third sip, please enjoy that candied pineapple that I love about this signature drink. And drinking instructions to complement that and fully experience the drink, please swirl the glass before each sip. That will really highlight that pineapple note. Judges, my duty as a barista is not just to bring out the most complex flavor out of these coffees, because these flavors will not be realized unless we offer our guests more mindful drinking experiences. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing journey in the world of mindful tasting. Thank you so much, and this is my time.
Huge round of applause for Evangelos. Representing Area 51 Coffee Roasters, I'm just going to get the head judge off this cable. There we go. Before we... Evangelos, come on over. You've got all the tools. Lots of gadgets out there.
As much as I could fit on the table. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Only the necessary one. Only the necessary.
Yeah.
We don't overspend.
No. Beautiful grinder stands as well over there.
Yeah. I can tell you the reason behind that.
Yeah.
Because the table I had in the office where I was practicing was a bit shorter.
Yeah.
So it was hard for me to work around. Mm-hmm. And then I tried the stand, and if I elevate the grinders, it's easier for the workflow.
Yeah.
And also it gives a good alternative to people who have... You don't need to buy a bigger table. You just need to think outside of the box. That's how we approach that.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And so we had this beautiful device over here. So we go down onto the chilled metal ball and that's been used a few times in various things in terms of, and it changes the flavor balance.
It does rapidly chill down the coffee, and then depending on the end temperature that you want it to be at, it can either be more vibrant or more sweet. So there was a lot of experimentation trying to find what the optimal temperature of the espresso should be, because we try to give a wine experience. So you don't want it super cold, but you don't want it warm as well. So there's a lot of tasting involved, and I think that's what we love about coffee competitions. And we're quite lucky and privileged to be able to use these coffees that they're just fabulous and excellent. And if it wasn't this platform, I don't think we'd be able to put our hands on this. Like the flavors are just out of this world.
So from there, then we went into the magnetic stirrer to incorporate. What was it again that you added? So you did anaerobic carbonic maceration of the...
Yeah, there was the apple that we cooked and we fermented anaerobically to give more brightness and more lively acidity. And then we cooked it in the oven, very, very low temperature, like slow, get the juices out, concentrate the liquid. And it's an interesting ingredient because when you add it to this coffee, it just makes it more, it gives flavor depth, makes it more complex. And yeah, it works really well. So that was the first ingredient.
Yeah. So then, what else did we add into that again?
So we added a cascara kombucha.
Yep, that was right.
Yeah, using cascara from Kai's farm because we wanted to open up and brighten a bit the flavors.
Yeah.
To give a more interesting taste experience.
And I mean, kombucha, even from a food place, is very much on
100%.
trend. You know, it's something that, a flavor that people are beginning to accept even more, even though it's, you know, it can be a little bit challenging, like some of the coffees that we use.
Correct.
Well, would you say goodbye to the judges very quickly?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Cool. These guys are coming around this way. That's all good.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Big thank you. Round of applause to our judges. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, like kombucha and the rise of kombucha has been kind of in line with like some of the extended fermentations and everything else. Say those challenging flavors, but so we've added that in. Magnetically stirred it to give a consistent stirring. Also frees you up a little bit, so you don't have to stand there.
Yeah.
And then we aerated it with a wine aerer.
Yeah.
To
bring a bit more, open up a bit the flavors.
Yeah.
And give a bit more interesting texture to it.
Yeah.
You don't want it super concentrated, in my opinion, because it's hard to distinguish the flavor.
Yeah.
So you pass it through this beautiful device, and the flavors open up. Easy to pick up the flavors you want, and just lovely.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really great because incorporating techniques from all sorts of, you know, different industries and everything else. So, fantastic. Well, it's all done now. You can relax. You don't have to clean the machine. The guys from Chimbley are going to be doing that. So, big round of applause for Evangelist one more time from Area 51. Go and chill, relax. Cool. So we are going to say a big thank you to the team at Grumpy Mule who have been making coffee and got some beautiful coffees on the brew. And if you come down here, you need a little bit of caffeination. That's where you can head over. And they've been an absolutely fantastic partner. We are, we run a little bit behind, but we are going to start. This is technically our lunch break. So we will start back at 2 o'clock. Well, actually, the next competitor will start prepping at 2, and the next performance will be 20 past 2. So if you're online, well, watch some of the sponsor videos because they're pretty cool. But have a little lunch break. See you back at 20 past 2 for the next competitor. See you then. Bye.
Okay, welcome back to the UKBC semi-finals. So we are halfway through. We've got 7 competitors left to go. So give a big cheer to Mark Ashbridge from Established Coffee. And let's welcome our judges on.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? Hi, how are you doing? Hi, how are you? Hey, how you keeping? Hi, yeah, exactly. How you doing? Yeah, good. Yeah. All right. Good to be here. Let's go. Time. I'm Mark, and it's great to be here. In preparation for today, a constant question kept arising. Simple question of why. Why this coffee? Why these flavors? Why this recipe or that technique? In asking why, you develop a deeper understanding and create stronger connections. Exploring questions like this and connecting with others has been the most rewarding part of my time in coffee. The information cards in front of you are for your reference throughout today. And we'll start with your espresso course. But first, I'm going to pull some shots for your signature drink, and we're going to get to that at the very end. The coffee I've chosen to serve to you today, I chose because of its clear, definable flavors. These were flavors that kept showing up across different roast profiles. From the cup and table through to the espresso machine. And I was keen to understand how this was possible, given that the only information I had at first was that it was a wash typica from Huila, Colombia. So I spoke to Kat Gutierrez, the exporter of this coffee, and she put me in touch with the producer, Nestor Lasso. With Nestor, it was evident to me at first that this is a young producer who has a desire to learn. He's a third-generation coffee farmer at only 24 years old. This is a young producer who isn't afraid to ask why and isn't afraid of change. Nestor explained that the variety was, in fact, Typica Mejorado. It's a hybrid variety made up of an Ethiopian heirloom and red Bourbon. It was cultivated first in Ecuador. Now, it's a comparatively low-yielding variety, chosen instead for its sweet and floral cup profile. In the processing, this is where Nestor has really shown true innovation. This is coffee that redefines industry norms. When the cherry arrives to the wet mill at El Diviso, is first cleaned before being put into the first part of the process, which is a 12-hour oxidation. During which time, the focus is on the breakdown of sugars within the cherry. As this happens, the cherries release juices, which contain the proteins and sugars. These are called cherry leachates. Nestor collects these and recirculates them into the next phase. Which is a submerged fermentation at 28 degrees for 8 hours. The cherry leachates are somewhat akin to a sourdough starter. When added, they kickstart fermentation and allow Nestor control over the development of flavors using only the coffee cherry himself. itself. Finally, a thermal shock is carried out. This involves depulping the coffee with 50 degrees hot water. Before plunging it directly into water at 8 degrees Celsius. This acts to remove the mucilage, locking in flavors and preserving acidity. It's then dried in mechanical dryers until 11% moisture. Lucky for you, that's quite a lot, but you get to taste the results. When I serve your espresso, I ask that you first evaluate the crema. Go ahead and serve 5 times, but hold off on tasting until I let you know when. For consistency shot to shot, I've been using a WDT tool. I find this tool allowed me to grind finer, maximizing extraction whilst minimizing bitterness. The recipe, 19.5 grams in, 40 grams out in 27 seconds. At a temperature of 93. This allowed me to accentuate the acidity while maintaining that sweetness with flavor notes of raspberry, hibiscus, caramel. And after your first sip, I want you to take a brief pause. You just pause for a minute, and the new flavor of Parma Violet is going to come through. The tactile is that of a medium weight, a silky texture. Reminds me of freshly squeezed orange juice without the pulp. And the finish is long lasting, and that's where that floral note's really going to come through. Please carry on with tasting. Thank you. Hey. We'll be moving on to your milk course. And for this, I'd like you to first jump up to the top of your score sheets. So I'm going to introduce you to Nestor's favorite coffee. This is his anaerobic natural Sidra. Processing of the Sidra follows many of the same steps as the Típica Mejorado, except it has kept its whole cherry and undergoes an 80-hour anaerobic fermentation. Giving us a coffee that is absolutely incredible in milk, with flavor notes of black cherry, chocolate truffle, and butterscotch. Now, I chose to have a separate coffee dedicated just to my milk course because I believe that we could take a new approach to roasting. I focused solely on an espresso with milk. For this, we asked a lot of whys. I turned to a community of roasters and asked them why. And in doing so, I learned that compared to the typical Mejorado, we could roast the Sidra with a slightly longer Maillard phase and a lower end temp. Enjoy. We came off the gas, so the post-first crack temperature only increased by 3 degrees. This is where we're going to find that note of black cherry. My recipe is 20 grams in, 36 grams out in 26 seconds. Enjoy. And this is paired with 75 grams of whole milk. The whole milk comes from Braid's Farm, a generation of new dairy farmers who are questioning how best to produce milk. And they're using technology to increase quality, thank you, and to reduce their overall environmental impact. It's rich and creamy, pairs deliciously well with the espresso, and that's where we're going to get that butterscotch and chocolate truffle. Thank you. Okay. We're going to be moving on to your signature beverage. For this, I'd like you to flip over the cards that are in front of you. For the signature beverage, we're back to the typical Mejorado. This, alongside 4 shots of this, pulled to the same recipe as our espresso course. The main ingredient that I'm adding is a clarified milk punch. And making this was a 3-step process, and we'll start here. Much like Nestor's use of the coffee cherry leachates, I made a blood orange shrub. 100 grams of orange peel to 100 grams of sugar, allowing the oils and the sugars and the peels to leach out. I combined this with 100 grams of the blood orange juice itself before straining, and the result is here, which gives us vibrancy and a new note of ruby grapefruit. Alongside this, lacto-fermented plum nectar. Made using, this takes inspiration from the fermentation of the Sidra in the milk course. Made using 100 grams plum to 1% salt. This is then sealed and anaerobically fermented for 5 days. To stop fermentation, I heat it up to 60 degrees before rapidly chilling, much like the thermal shock process. Now, adding these 2 ingredients directly to the espresso, flavors are great, but overall it lacked balance and structure. So I turned to a technique called milk clarification. For this, we use 2 parts of the blood orange to 1 part plum to 2 parts milk. And you can even do this with waste milk, as I'm demonstrating here. Once filtered, slowly in the fridge overnight, the result is our clarified solution, perfect for pairing with our espressos. This technique minimizes bitterness, tempers acidity, and it's going to take that raspberry note in our espresso through to cherry and pomegranate. My next ingredient, 4 grams of a purged coffee syrup, made using leftover typical Mejorado coffee that had just been purged through the espresso grinder throughout the routines. I paired this 100 grams of that with 100 grams of light brown sugar, 200 grams of hot water, before slowly filtering to clarify. This brings depth, allows me to dial in the sweetness while keeping the drink coffee forward. Lastly, 8 grams of a chamomile simple syrup, 50 grams of caster sugar, 100 grams of water with 2 grams of chamomile flowers. allowed to steep for 30 minutes before being drained and cooled. This is going to bring that violet floral through to a new note of jasmine. I'm going to mix this with a nano frother for 10 seconds. So when enjoying this drink, those flavors again, ruby grapefruit, pomegranate, cherry, and jasmine. And I don't speak much Spanish, but when I was speaking with Kat and Nestor, there were a few things that I could pick up on. And it was the names of other coffee farmers and their farms. Names like Diego Bermudez, Mauricio Chata, and Yurli Gutierrez, a community of coffee producers who are redefining our approach to coffee, and in turn inspiring a new generation coming behind them. At just 24 years of age, Nestor is that new generation, and it gives me great pleasure to be serving this coffee to you today. Please enjoy across 2 sips. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, give it up for Mark. Come around here. All right, how was that for you?
Yeah, good. It's
Yeah?
done.
Happy
It
with
happened, right?
Happy? It's over?
And I don't think I went over time, so that's...
No, you didn't. So.
Yeah.
Nice one.
The panic was on.
I mean, you chose to do 2 different coffees
Right.
for each of your courses. That is
Yep.
a challenge in itself, isn't it? Working with 2 different coffees.
It was, yeah, I tasted both the coffees. I loved the Típico Mejorado. It's right up my street in terms of being a wash coffee and nice, bright, clean florals and nice acidity and everything else. However, when I paired it with milk, it was like, I'm trying to stretch for like, but there's still a bit of that raspberry, and it's like, it's not really there. It just wasn't. And I turned to we had the Sidra as well, and I was like, that's going to be amazing in milk. And it is, it's wow.
Yeah, it sounded incredible.
Yeah, it's great.
And so which one of those did you use for the signature drink? I
The
forgot.
Típico Mejorado,
Okay.
the wash coffee.
Cool.
So the one with the sort of brighter, fruitier flavors.
Yeah. I mean, you had some really complex ingredients in there. Like,
tried to break it down simply, but it's like so much information to get out.
no, I really liked the little demonstration of the clarification. That was cool, because I think a lot of these things, it's really hard to wrap your head around sometimes, like if you can't visualize it.
And it's one of those things you don't want to turn up on stage being like, yeah, all of this I couldn't never have prepared on stage because it takes way too long. So, it's just all prepared. So just in terms of that, giving the judges something that they can still follow along with and watch, felt like it made sense.
It's nice to have that visual aid, right? So you had, was it lacto-fermented plum?
Yeah.
Cool. How did you come about doing that?
Yeah, so just,
should we say goodbye?
thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. Take care. Absolute pleasure. Thanks. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Thanks,
so much.
judges.
See you later.
Yes, tell us about the plum.
The plum. So I did a load of fruits. I did cherries. I did plums. I did, and it's hard because fruits aren't in season right now, really.
Yeah.
It was. It just comes back to that signature drink thing where you're going, well, there's no point in me racto fermenting raspberries because I've told there's raspberry in there because that's not what they want. So it's more. And then I don't want to put cherry in there if it's going to be a new flavored cherry. So, I just tried different fruits. I had like fractional distilled grapes and pomegranates and all sorts. And
did you end up doing anything with those afterwards? Like, when you
could just put them on pancakes. You put them on your granola.
That's a great
put them
idea.
Whatever. So,
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff is like, even when you do the separation of the curds and whey with the milk, the stuff in the top's delicious because it's just got all those fruity flavors still in it. So it kind of tastes like
Isn't it lumpy though?
It's not lumpy. It goes really smooth.
Okay.
After you filtered it in the fridge. So it's kind of like eating a Solero ice latte.
Oh, okay. That sounds great.
Yeah. No.
I'd be up for that.
Yeah. Especially with the blood orange. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you also had the flushed coffee grounds.
Yes. So effectively, I was trying things like. I've watched a lot of Dan Fellows' videos, shout out, in the preparation, and he's got that Oleo's coffee puck Oleo Sacrum thing that he does, so it's using spent pucks, and I was like, I tried that, and it's interesting. It's like it still has coffee flavor, but you just combining spent pucks with sugar, mixing it with water or filter coffee, and straining. But I was like, every time I make a grind adjustment, I purge coffee through this. Every time I've left the grinder for, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I purge the grinder. and that coffee just goes in the bin.
That's
it
so
never,
true.
ever reaches its potential
Yeah.
at all. So it's actually a really amazing way. So we're actually introducing it into the cafe just as an ingredient in
Oh,
the
I love
kitchen.
that.
So
Yeah.
espresso brownies, well, let's stop pulling espressos. Let's use this.
Nice.
What, you know,
Yeah, because so much coffee goes to waste in the cafe from doing that.
Yeah, and wasting spent pucks doesn't fit. It already had its life.
Yeah.
It had its purpose. You've got some delicious espressos or flat whites or whatever, but yeah, and it's a bit easier to do as well.
Yeah,
I
that's
just kept them
cool.
in a little tub and every so often would make some of the syrup.
Oh, I love that approach. I think
good.
that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well done.
Thank you.
Go relax.
It's done. Yeah.
It's done. And should we have one last round of applause for Mark?
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Thank you.
Relax. Sweet. So, I'll come over here. Another sponsor shout out to Ernex, who are over there. They are our cleaning supply sponsor. They also make the lovely aprons that all our judges wear and the clipboards. So yeah, we're very grateful for them and their support. So you can give them a little round of applause. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, great. So we'll be back very shortly, probably about 10 minutes with the next competitor. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. Oh, you see, everybody's got, thank you. That's better. Everybody has got the post-lunch lull. But, you know, we want to keep the energy up because we're just over halfway through. We still have some amazingly exciting competitors. But before we move on, we want to say a big thank you to the team from Ellis FX who are here making us look and sound beautiful. Big round of applause for them. And it's great having such a good media partners. These guys also work at the Worlds, and so they really bring a level of professionalism to our finals here in the UK. And it also means that the competitors get the best exposure that we can online, as well as all these beautiful things from the sponsors that are on stage as well. But without further ado, I'm just going to, very quickly, because I always want to say the name slightly differently. But without further ado, we'll have a chat afterwards. But do give a big SEO welcome to Kyle McGee from Cairngorm Coffee. And let's bring on the judges.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Pleasure. Hi there. Hi. Thanks. Good to see you again. How are you? Yeah, good. You?
I'll be your head judge.
Yep.
Have you got any questions?
Music, please. Perfect. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Time. Judges, since starting my career in specialty coffee only 2 years ago, I have been motivated to make coffee as engaging as possible. Engagement in coffee can mean a whole host of things. However, today, I want to focus on how I can improve the trust and enjoyment of the customer's experience whilst playing into their intuition and emotion. I recently read of a term called fluency theory, which states that when someone is able to easily understand and comprehend information, they're more likely to intrinsically trust that information. And I witness this every day in our coffee shop as people come in and seem interested in what we're doing. However, quickly become less engaged when complex terminology is used. So today, judges, I want to offer you a highly complex coffee in the most comfortable way that I can. So please, take a minute, enjoy the song, get comfortable, and familiarize yourselves with the cards in front of you, and please write down the flavor notes to save time for later, whilst I prepare 4 shots of espresso for your signature beverage. Judges, when you're ready, the coffee that I'm using is a natural process geisha grown at 1,800 meters above sea level on Alex Arango's farm in the coldest region of Colombia. Arguably, one of the most glorious mountainous coffee growing regions in the world, because here you can see the abundance of open coffee plantations, each abiding to their own individual microclimate, not only enhancing the natural beauty of this area, but enhancing the complexity of each of the coffees grown. I believe that the coffee that I'm using today is the perfect gateway into specialty coffee, as it allows me, the barista, to condense down its flavor notes into something that's highly accessible and engaging for our customers. But as competition baristas, we want to delve deeper, and we uncover that in espresso, this coffee has a medium sweetness, a medium complex citric acidity, and a medium to low bitterness. Back in Colombia, Alex Arango makes use of the Villa Maria Red Association Cooperative Wet Mill, funded by our friends at Raw Material, our green importing friends at Raw Material. Here, the coffee is first floated, sorted, and left to rest in cherry for 24 hours before undergoing a further 48 hours of natural fermentation. The parchment is then moved to raised drying beds and placed within a greenhouse and left to dry for 15 days. I believe that this meticulous approach to processing by Alex allows for the coffee to maintain a medium weight, a syrupy body, and a lingering grapefruit acidity. Judges, at Cairngorm Coffee, we roasted this coffee to an end temperature of 210 degrees with a post-crack development time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds and a total roast time of 10.5 minutes. Although this is something new for us, roasting for competition, we best believe that this highlighted the sweetness and the balance of your espresso. Judges, for your espresso recipe today, I'm using 18 grams of your geisha espresso with an extraction yield of 39 grams and an extraction time of 29 seconds. The flavor notes that you will receive are as follows: canned mandarin peaches, panela sugar, there you go, pink peppercorns, and a lingering grapefruit acidity. Judges, please stir 5 times in the cup, placing the spoons in the cups in front of you. And how I would simplify this down to my favorite, how I would simplify this drinking experience down to my favorite cocktail, a Negroni. Judges, please enjoy. Judges, when you're ready, Let us move on to our milk beverage, as this acts as the gateway for many of our customers into the world of specialty coffee. It isn't confusing for them to order their daily drivers, their flat whites, and their cappuccinos, but it gives us the platform as specialty coffee baristas to add finesse and help them engage further with complex flavors within the cup. For your milk beverage today, I am changing my recipe slightly for milk. I'm using 18-gram dose to a 32-gram yield and an extraction time of 26 seconds. This best highlights the sweetness in your milk beverage. Judges, I'm pairing your espresso with a 4% full-fat organic milk from Goodwood Dairies in Sussex. I'm steaming this to 55 degrees to enhance that sweetness and serving at a 1:3 ratio of 1 part espresso to 3 parts milk. The flavor notes that you will receive for your milk beverage are as follows. Orange Kool-Aid, like on the side of a chocolatey dessert. Salted caramel brownie. And a beautifully sweet macadamia nut. Judges, this coffee has, as a milk beverage, excuse me for the shakes. This coffee as a milk beverage, please enjoy, has a marshmallow-like texture and a creamy finish. And my only drinking instruction for you is simple. Just enjoy. Thank you. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Judges, when you're ready, I want to take you back to Finca La Colmena, to Alex Arango's farm in the Caldas region of Colombia. Finca La Colmena translates to the beehive. Here, you can see the abundance of indigenous bees that help pollinate the natural geisha plant. When in full bloom, these plants release the most incredible aroma of jasmine, and this has acted as the catalyst of inspiration for my signature drink today, solely named the Beehive. So, judges, today I'm combining 4 shots of chilled espresso to enhance the sweetness of your signature beverage with 2 simple syrups. Simple syrups are slightly different today, though, as I have used 1 part water to 0.5 parts sugarcane and 0.5 parts white sugar to balance the sweetness of these 2 drinks. The first ingredient that I'm combining this with is 1 gram of a ruby grapefruit zest syrup. This enhances that ruby grapefruit acidity that you will receive in your signature beverage. Second, I'm combining with the second syrup of juniper berry. This is the most common botanical found within gin and adds a perceived booziness to your signature beverage. And finally, I'm taking you all the way back to Colombia with a jasmine tea, cold brew. using 3 grams of jasmine to 300 milliliters of water and left to chill for 24 hours. This acts as a balancing agent between the sweetness and the acidity of your signature beverages. And finally, to make this the most engaging presentation as possible, I am charging with nitrogen. This adds a velvety texture, a syrupy weight, a medium weight, and a syrupy texture. Excuse me. The tasting notes that you will receive for this drink are as follows. Honeycomb, candied Jaffa orange, 60% dark chocolate, and that lingering, sparkling grapefruit acidity. Judges, I have 3 drinking instructions for you today. The first, on that very first sip, please enjoy that velvety texture. Then, for your second and third sip, I ask that you swirl 3 times in between your second and third sip. On the second sip, you will enjoy that orange Kool-Aid, that candied Jaffa orange. And on the last, that dark chocolate and all-round lingering ruby grapefruit acidity. Because, judges, as baristas and representatives of the specialty coffee community, I believe it is our job to help customers engage with complex flavors within the cup. Here, we see a growth from seed all the way to cup. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. And last but not least, please enjoy. Judges, by helping customers engage further with complex flavors in the cup, we see an organic growth, creating a better ecosystem for all those involved. Thank you, judges. That's my time.
Oh. Big round of applause.
Whoa.
Kyle, it's all done now.
That's thank God, eh?
How do you find that?
Yeah, nerve-wracking to begin with. I got really into it towards the end, but yeah, not the perfect one, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, you're only 2 years into coffee.
18 months. 18
months. First year competing.
Yep.
And made it through to semi-finals.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So that's a huge achievement in itself.
For sure.
But you seem nice and calm on stage, whilst you might not feel it inside.
Yeah.
But I think you delivered amazingly. So tell us a little bit about the coffee again. Where was it from?
Yeah, Finca La Colmena in the Caldas region of Colombia. It's bought by Raw Material, and then we buy it off them. It's a natural geisha. It's super boozy, reminds me of a Negroni.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have drank so much of that coffee. I'm looking forward to drinking something else now.
Yeah, I mean, you described a little bit of pink peppercorn in there as well.
Yep.
So just kind of, is it just that little bit in the finish, or was it a bit more pronounced?
It's actually a bit more pronounced in the finish. It's almost like quite, I'd say peppery, but it's got that kind of like spiciness to it, sort of in the second or third part of your espresso. And yeah, it's just an all-round super enjoyable coffee.
Yeah, and then going on to the signature drink, how did you find that you were trying to develop those flavors and take that journey on with the coffee a little bit?
Yeah, so as it reminded me of a Negroni, I kind of wanted to bring it back to something that sort of represented familiar flavors, but enhance it to that next level. And as soon as we added the syrups and the tea, we put a lot of work into trying loads and loads of different things, but just creating that honeycomb, which really brought it back to the story of the farm.
Yeah. So what's more nerve-wracking? UK Barista semi-finals?
UK Baristas, absolutely. UKBC finals, anything.
Yeah. Or I was going to say representing your country in playing rugby as well.
Yeah, definitely.
UKBC.
Yeah, because this is you're an individual. You've
Yeah.
got a team behind you, but you're an individual on stage. You've
Yeah.
got 14 other guys on a pitch with you. So, yeah.
But like I say, for me, the judges, I think, are ready to go. Cool. We'll just say goodbye to them.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for the
Thank you.
judges again.
Thanks.
But you know, I mean, definitely representing your country in terms of the UK Brewers Championships, as opposed to the rugby pitch, has been absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
And
Yep.
we've enjoyed your journey so far.
Yeah, thank you very
so
much.
a big round of applause again from Ken
Thanks,
Gong
guys.
Coffee.
Cheers.
Kyle.
Oh my.
Cool. Yeah, like I say, we're seeing first-time competitors doing really well, and that's, you know, really love the way that we do the regional heats, 2 espressos, 2 milk drinks, really focusing on, are you a good barista? And that's where it starts. And then now we are seeing that full development, and even when we're seeing a full routine, they're having to double the amount of espressos and milk drinks that they've had, but also then bringing in that signature drink, so even more pressure in terms of the semi-finals. It's a big ramp up, but it's so promising and engaging for our community, seeing that development within the UK business. Well, we're going to thank our dairy sponsor, Trewithian Dairies, for providing milk throughout the heats and into semi-finals, finals, for people who want to use it. So a big round of applause to them. There we go. And we are going to be back probably in about 5 minutes, I reckon, maybe 10 minutes. Once I get an update on timing with our next competitor. We are rattling through these competitors. But do stay tuned and do engage and watch what's going on, because there's some really interesting stuff going on. And remember, competition is that stepway into what can be the future and development in terms of how our industry is progressing, which is really engaging to watch. So I will be back soon. See you soon. Bye.
All right, we are back, and we've got our next competitor ready. So let's give him a big round of applause. It's Oli Jones from Blossom Coffee Roasters. And let's welcome our judges on.
Nice to see you, you all right? Hey man, nice to see you. Hey, nice to see you. Hey man, nice to see you. Hey, yeah, nice to see you. Oh, I'm in the window way. Hi mate, you all right? Hey buddy, nice to see you, all right?
That's all. That's all. Just a bunch of us.
Oh. So far away. This is ridiculous. Okay, I'm ready. Are you guys all ready? Wonderful. Could I have my music on, please? Okay, let's get started. Time. Today, we're going to talk about control. Throughout a coffee's life cycle, we're able to exert various levels of control, from the varietal we plant in the soil through to the cup we choose to drink it out of. Now, all of these things are going to impact both flavor and quality. Now, of course, there are things that we can't control during this life cycle. We're not going to focus on those today, just the things that we can. It's going to be a lot of information in the next 50 minutes. Don't worry about writing it all down, just the important bits. These information cards are for you to take away with you. Please do, so you can refer back to them. And the bowls in front of you are for your dirty spoons. All set? Cool, let's get started. So the easiest thing I could control today was, of course, the choice of coffee. So for all of your courses today, I'm going to be serving a coffee from Mauricio Jimenez at his farm in the Terraza region of Costa Rica. Tech judges are just purging my grinder. At only 43 kilos, this is the smallest lot we've purchased at Blossom Coffee this year and has to be one of my favorites. I'm super excited to share with you El Grenadier, which is Mauricio's natural anaerobic geisha. So Mauricio controls the fermentation at farm level by starting the fermentation for 3 days in a sealed container, creating an anaerobic environment. After 3 days, he removes the cherry and moves over to dry for further 15 days. This results in a clean and sweet coffee. So the next thing I can control for you today was, of course, the choice of coffee. The recipe. So today, I'm brewing at 18 grams in, 40 grams out, brewing at 94 degrees from a chilled portafilter. Now, brewing from a chilled portafilter means the first parts of the extraction are going to happen at a slightly lower temperature. The first things that dissolve in our espresso are our fruit acids. And so dissolving them at a lower temperature, in my experience, has found that we get a more fruit-forward, more sweet espresso, and less of that sometimes spiky acidity. Your tasting instructions for your espresso, and for your milk course, in fact, are to stir 5 times before tasting, just to ensure you've incorporated all layers of flavor and extraction. Feel free to assess, just don't taste just yet. There you go. I'd like you to taste your espresso over 2 sips. Your first sip focusing solely on flavor. Please write down that you're going to have flavors of apricot, peach, and white wine. Specifically reminds me of Chardonnay. On your second sip, I want you to focus on the tactile experience of this coffee. You're going to get a medium acidity with a high sweetness and a medium to low bitterness. Please enjoy my espresso course, and I'll be back shortly with your next one. most clean portafilter in the world. Okay, judges, we don't have a huge amount of time today, so I'm just going to give you some roasting information before we move on to our espresso milk course. This coffee was roasted 14 days ago on a 35 kilo loring at a 10 kilo batch size. Josh and I wanted to control the roast to ensure we had a super soluble coffee, and we landed on a 9-minute roast with 90 seconds of total development time. We wanted to ensure the coffee would work well under pressure, both figuratively and literally. That is a coffee joke. When we had a super soluble roast, designing a milk course was easy. So when we pair El Grenadier with 4.5% fat milk from Braid's Dairy in the Loon Valley, who control the incredible quality at their farm, with a unique blend of Jersey and Frisian cows, and we steam to 65 degrees and serve in a 110 ml serving vessel, I truly believe we have the most harmonious espresso milk drink I've ever made. Now, I'd like you to taste your espresso milk drink again over 2 sips. However, this time, both sips, I'd like you to focus on flavor. In your espresso milk course, you're going to taste peach melba, honeycomb, and white chocolate. I have one final tasting instruction for you. And this is only if you feel comfortable in doing so. I know some of you have been subjected to this already. Because when you take those sips, I'd like you to taste with your eyes closed. This very simple meditative practice is designed to remove things that you can't control from your vision and just focus on the things that you can, which today is tasting a super delicious espresso milk drink, all the hard work of Mauricio and his family, and of course, all the other coffee professionals that have shared coffee on this stage today. And when this is done steaming, I'll be over. Now, you'll hear me say this a lot today. I truly believe we should all start to focus a little bit more on what we can control and give a little bit less energy to the things that we can't. It's something I've been doing in my personal and professional life for a number of years. And I can't tell you how much it's made a difference. Please enjoy. I think talking about being present and happy would stop your hands going to butter, wouldn't you? Maybe let's try it with a little bit. The second one's always better. I feel like whoever gets the second one gets a better drink. I don't know where that comes from. Please enjoy. Don't forget 5 stirs before you taste, just to incorporate all layers of flavor and extraction. Go a little further. This table's bigger than my practice room. Let's go big for the last drink, eh? There you go, my friend. Please enjoy. little splash. To bed. So judges, as you may have heard, I've prepared your signature drink. It's ready. We're ready to go. I want you to hold off for tasting just before, just wait till the end of my routine today. And when it comes to tasting, I want you to take a really generous swirl, big sip, generous swirl, big sip. So 2 sips, 2 swirls. Okay, so I'm going to give you some information just to round up my signature drink today, and then we should hopefully have some time to chat at the end. Okay, so flavor notes for your signature drink. You're going to get raspberry jam and shortbread biscuit, jammy Dodgers if you're lucky enough to have had one of them. You're going to taste hazelnut, and you're going to taste strawberry Quality Street, my favorite one. So all of these ingredients were prepared in the same way, 1 part ingredient to 3 parts water. I steeped them together for 8 hours to extract as much flavor as possible, then strained, dosed into 20 ml servings, and kept them to one side today. I wanted to ensure I could control your tasting experience and give you as a consistent drink as possible. The ingredients themselves are a sea buckthorn syrup, which is 20 ml. That's going to add complexity to your drink. 20 ml of a blackberry syrup. That's going to add acidity to your signature drink. And 20 ml of a combination of 58% cacao from the Dominican Republic and a pinch of Maldon sea salt. This is going to add fruit-forward sweetness, but it's also, the salt in there is going to reduce the amount of, act as a bitterness suppressant and reinforce the sweetness in the beverage. So why these ingredients and why control? Well, as I said earlier, I wanted to focus on things that you can control and things that you can't. And often in coffee, we focus a lot on fancy equipment, amazing tools, and innovation at farm level. And whilst I've got so much time for that, that's not my place in the industry. I love watching it, I love being part of it, but something that's often overlooked is our own mental health. Looking after ourselves, looking after our fellow coffee professionals, our friends, our family, our loved ones. And taking this approach to be more present, more engaged, has generally led me to brew better coffee. Have you ever tried to dial in when you're miserable? It's awful. You could have the best coffee in the world, and you can't make it taste good. So my message today is really I want people to feel more engaged and happy and check in on your friends, check in on your family, check in and make sure we're all trying to do the same thing. So how do we bring these ingredients together in a signature drink? What's control got to do with all that? Well, all of these things, by living in a present and engaged way, lead to fantastic relationships. So the sea buckthorn syrup was inspired by one of our wholesale partners, Higher Ground, which is a farm-to-table restaurant in Manchester who source incredible ingredients. They do a sea buckthorn tart that I think about almost every day. I need to eat it again. Secondly, this may sound very contrived, but this 100% happened. I would encourage you to fact check it. I called up one of my closest coffee friends who I've known for about 10 years and discussed my El Grenadier and the flavor profiles that they would that were present in the espresso. He looked out of his window and there was a blackberry bush growing outside of his window. Please fact check this. It's 100% happened. And lastly, I met Cameron and Lara from Bare Bones Chocolate over 2 or 3 years ago, and was enamored by their incredible sourcing and a commitment to quality. So please enjoy my signature course today, and just remember, focus on the things that you can control, give a little bit less headspace to the things you can't. That's my time.
Yes, give it up for Oli.
I thought we were going to hug then.
Come
Here she
over
is.
here. Oh.
I just wiped my head and then I was going to
You
shake your
just
hand.
swiping off your clammy hands?
It's this.
It's the turtleneck.
Yeah. Are we leaning?
Yeah, we're leaning.
We're
Why
leaning.
not?
We'll join you, mate.
Yeah. I've got to say, I felt so calm.
I think it's the music.
I think it is the
It's
music.
a little bit spa vibes, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was loving it. I
Yeah.
was just like, went into this lovely trance. Move over here. We've been told to move it further.
Shuffle?
Is this good? Yes.
He's
The
happy.
shrug.
He's happy.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Awesome. I really, really loved the message
good.
behind your routine, this idea of control and of these like personal aspects which we bring into what we do, which make it special, right?
Yeah, I think so. You can have the best tools, incredible coffee innovation, but like without the producer, without the importer, without the roaster, without the baristas,
Yeah.
and if any of those people are in a bad way, like things aren't going to be as good.
Yeah.
I wanted to develop an idea this year that actually would mean something. Like, I mean this in no disrespect. Sometimes we can do a routine that is very barista competition, and they're super exciting to watch, and it's like innovation at the highest level. But for me, this has made a difference to like my life. Like, I think more like this,
Yeah.
and I'm more controlled.
Say
Nice
thank
to
you
see
to our
man.
judges.
Oh my God, I'm so sweaty. Nice to see you, buddy. Hey, nice to see you. Hey, it's nice to see you, mate. Hey, nice to see you.
Thanks, guys.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, top tip, don't wear a turtleneck.
It's the thing. Like, I did it a few years ago, and like, yeah.
Is it always a black turtleneck, or is
I
it
brought two in
different
case.
colours? I love that.
In case somebody spills,
So, yeah.
more than
Yeah.
style points. This is a little
Amazing.
thicker. Last time I competed, I had a long sleeve on underneath.
Yeah.
Basically just cooked myself as like sous vide body. Don't recommend.
Yeah, it gets quite warm in here in the afternoon.
Yeah, when I was here last year, it felt quite cold out here, really hot in there, so I thought I'll be fine.
Yeah.
You might see me in like a tank
Anyway,
top tomorrow.
You were saying about bringing that philosophy into your personal life.
Yeah, so, like, we've all got things going on in our lives that are beyond coffee.
Yeah.
And I think,
And beyond our control, like you were saying.
yeah.
We're going to
like,
have the best intentions, and then something can just come out of the blue that you have to handle with.
This could be a really lame reference because I work in a sales department, if you will. But you could present the best possible thing for a potential wholesale partner, and they might go with someone else. And
Yeah.
you can't control that. I don't believe in, promising things you shouldn't. And, you want to present yourselves in the best possible way. But yeah, in coffee, we all know we can make the best coffee we've ever had and then suddenly channel the next shot. We need the best technique and the best intentions.
Yeah.
And if we get into our head about that, I just think it's not a good place to be. So
Yeah.
I trust in the incredible work that Mauricio's done in producing unbelievable coffee. Josh has roasted the coffee. Took him a
out
few
to Josh.
goes, but we got there in the end. And yeah, you put trust in everybody else.
Yeah.
And that's fancy.
Oh.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And you said that you've only got 43 kilos of that coffee?
Yeah, 43 kilos.
How much of it have
green.
you used so far?
That was green.
That
as
was
well.
green, damn.
I have 2 and a bit kilos in the back, and I think we have about 3 kilos left at the roastery.
Wow, okay.
So it was, the last roast we did was a 10-kilo roast, which was all the green coffee.
Yeah,
it
so
was-
people will be fighting to get their hands on the leftovers then.
We're going to hopefully do, so we have 3 coffees from Mauricio that we've purchased this year, and one of our wholesale partners is on about doing a Mauricio Jimenez takeover, and we're going to serve all 3 of his coffees.
Lovely idea, love that.
Which will be super exciting, and yeah, I'm like super proud just to share a super
Yeah.
delicious coffee.
Well, that sounds great. Thanks so much for sharing your message and just bringing such lovely vibes.
Oh, thank you for wearing.
Yeah.
I think my vibes match your yellow vibes.
Yeah,
We're
yeah, I
go-
like to wear something
we're going for
colourful.
the power vibes.
Springtime.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Cool.
Well done. And let's give Oli one last round of applause. You can go that way, I think. Cool. Bye. Okay, well, just before we go, I just wanted to give a big thank you to all of the people who make the event happen, the volunteers, the judges, the timekeepers. Like, I think I didn't realize how much went on behind the scenes until I started getting involved. So can we just give them a really big cheer because they do so much work. Awesome, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes with the next competitor. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. Slowly waking up after lunch. Hopefully everybody's getting into it and engaging with our wonderful sponsors who are all around. We're not going to get too much into those because we have our next competitor ready and waiting with some interesting looking props on here. So we'll find out what they are. But let's bring on our judges. If we got Josh. I think Josh is there. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, give a big SCA round of applause for Ian Kissick from Formative Coffee.
Nice how you doing? Nice to meet you. How are you? Hey, how you doing? Hey, Josh. Good?
And I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. Okay. No, all good. Okay, can I have my music, please? Sorry. Yeah. Have you got any questions? Cheers. Thank you. Just a little bit louder. Yeah. Thanks. Everyone ready? Great. Time. Technology is drastically changing the way we live our lives, and cafes are no exception to this. So today I want to explore a little bit of some of the opportunities presented by technology for cafes to create better customer experiences. So one of the first ways, and major ways, that cafes can benefit from technology is by creating more immersive experiences. For example, through augmented or virtual reality. But for today, through this table built in front of you, with 4 screens, 1 for each of you, which will serve as a guide throughout our time today. So I'd ask that you keep your eye on it as we move through our time, as it will serve as a helpful guide. And you'll notice, if you look at those screens, that your order for today has already come through. We're going to start with our espresso course, using a naturally processed geisha, produced by the Hartman family in Santa Clara, Panama, at 2,000 meters above sea level. We'll then move on to our milk and signature drink courses, both of which will be using an experimental wash process, pink bourbon, produced and processed by Wilton Benitez in Cauca, Colombia, at 1,900 meters above sea level. But for now, let's focus in on that espresso course. And you'll see the details down there in front of you. Now, I've said that it's a naturally processed geisha grown at 2,000 meters above sea level. That natural process is going to mean lots of sweetness in the cup and a great tactile experience, as well as the introduction of a note of raspberry. The geisha varietal will bring a tea-like characteristic in the form of jasmine and a fruity characteristic in the form of grapefruit. And that relatively high altitude at which this coffee is grown, 2,000 meters above sea level, means a slower maturation of the cherry, more complex sugar development, and therefore more complexity in the cup. Now, when it comes to roasting, judges, and you can look down at your screen and see a little bit about roasting and brewing. When it comes to roasting, my 2 main considerations are that we have enough development so that the coffee is soluble enough so that we can pull it as an espresso and have high levels of sweetness. But I also want to make sure that we have sufficient vibrant acidity in the cup. Now, to get that sweetness, I've gone for a 204 degrees Celsius end temperature. And to ensure that vibrant acidity is maintained, I've chosen a DTR of 15%. Now, achieving both of these characteristics means that we're going to have a balanced and structured taste experience. And when it comes to brewing, my main emphasis here is balance. To achieve that, for your espressos, I'm using a 18.5 gram dose and a 37 gram yield. This is going to result in a cup with the following taste notes. And you've heard some of these already, but you'll see them on the screens just for a re-emphasis. So we'll have jasmine, grapefruit, raspberry, and 70% dark chocolate. And for your tactile judges, I would like you to look for a weight, which is medium, a texture, which is coating, and a finish which is medium to long with a grapefruit characteristic. Now, judges, I most enjoy this coffee whenever it's had an opportunity to cool down a little bit, and of course, when the crema is fully incorporated. Therefore, when I pass you your espresso cups, I'd ask that you stir them front to back with one of your teaspoons 6 times before depositing the used teaspoon in the green cup in front of you. So let's recap those taste notes, judges. We'll have jasmine, grapefruit, raspberry. Can I call it technical? Sorry. Let's see, this is leaking out. It's locked in as far as it can go. Should I stop, please? Sorry. Are we stopped, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those of you watching on the live stream and in here, we are just considering a technical discrepancy on the machine. So what we are going to do is just whilst we do a little reset here, then we will kind of move on here over onto the next station. So online, we'll be back in a short time. We're just going to discuss this a little bit more. But in the meantime, we'll just play some music and then some videos for the online. But we'll be back shortly.
Okay, welcome back. We've got our third to last, can't remember, one of our last competitors. And so let's give him a big warm welcome. It's Jack Ellis from Grumpy Mule. And let's welcome our judges on.
Guys, we're doing? Okay. Hiya. Hi guys, you all right? Okay. How are we doing? Only a couple. Ready? Time. Judges, this is my first time competing in a barista competition, and I honestly didn't think I would make it through to this stage. I loved competing in the heats, and I'm really happy I could come back and present more coffee for you all. But today, I believe I have the perfect gateway into anaerobic coffee. So before I tell you more about that, I'm going to prepare the espressos for your signature drinks, as I'll need to give them time to cool. So today, judges, I'll be speaking to you about balance. And I believe balance can be a very hard thing to achieve, in life and in coffee. Now, I don't quite have the wealth of experience that a lot of the other baristas do today, as I'm quite new to this space. But what I do have is a fresh perspective. And an observation I made whilst I was picking my coffee is although a lot of these coffees tasted wacky and different, I believe a lot of these complex processing methods and fermentations put these coffees almost a step out of touch with what the general public can perceive coffee to be, making them seem unbalanced or maybe a little bit off or weird. If I had £1 for every time my mum said an anaerobic coffee didn't taste like coffee, I'd be a very rich man. But my mum's comfort in coffee is instant, like a lot of people. And it's a big jump from instant coffee to something like an anaerobic fermentation. But I believe my coffee today can begin to bridge that gap. And is good enough for a competition like this, but also is still accessible and approachable for someone like my mum to enjoy. So judges, that coffee is an heirloom varietal from Gargarigatiti, from Banko village in the Yergshef region of Ethiopia, where this coffee was grown at 2,000 meters above sea level. This coffee was roasted 16 days ago, using a slow roast profile with a 17% development time that I believe best highlights the unique characteristics in this coffee. With this medium roast, I believe we've created a roast profile that finds balance by calming acidity and heightening sweetness. I'll also be using a recipe today, judges, of 19 grams in and 45 grams out, and this will be for all 3 courses today. I also believe this recipe is the perfect recipe that can enhance and balance the acidity and sweetness created by the roast profile. When we come to taste, you can expect medium to high sweetness, medium acidity, and also medium bitterness. You can expect a syrupy texture, a medium body, and a long, lingering finish. You can also expect flavor notes of white grapefruit, Seville orange, and lavender. Judges, this coffee is quite unique. It uses what's called a supernatural process. This is new to Ethiopia. This is a part natural, part controlled fermentation. This is where cherries are spread in a thick layer in a semi-porous box. This restricts access to sunlight and airflow and extends the drying time. Technically, this isn't an anaerobic process, but it is a controlled environment that limits airflow, so it's very comparable. And this is what I believe gives this coffee such wonderful balance. Balance between the complex fermentation and the natural processing. Judges, when I serve these espressos, please stir 10 times. Thank you very much. But don't drink until instructed. Found that the acidity calms and the sweetness shines as the coffee cools a while. So once I've served, please stir 10 times immediately. This will aid in that. We also found that brewing at 93 degrees, and put spoons in these pots once you're done as well, in conjunction with brewing at 93 degrees, the roast profile chosen and the recipe, I believe, emphasizes the fantastic quality of this espresso, while still leaving it accessible for someone like my mum to enjoy. So please, judges, assess the floral aroma and enjoy a balanced espresso. Thank you very much. Now, judges, let me tell you a little bit about the milk drink that I'll be preparing for you today. I'll be using milk from the Estate Dairy in Bristol. I chose this milk as the Estate Dairy uses a specially formulated diet for their cows, which I believe best complements the coffee I'm using today. I'll also be using freeze-distilled milk in this milk drink. Reason for that is a common complaint I get from my mum is the coffee is too bitter and needs sugar. Now, I'm not inherently against people using sugar or syrups in coffee, if it's for a sweet treat. But people are usually using these sweeteners to hide negative flavors created by baristas, whereas a perfectly balanced espresso has no need for added sweetness, but can be transformed by the natural sweetness in this wonderful milk. I'll be using a mixture of freeze-distilled and standard milk today. I found in testing that using just freeze-distilled milk was overpowering for the coffee, and using none at all was underwhelming from a taste experience perspective. So I'll be blending this at 1 part freeze-distilled to 3 parts standard. I froze this milk at home and then slowly defrosted it in the fridge for around 6 hours upside down. This removes some of the water content and intensifies sweetness and texture. This milk drink has a creamy mouthfeel and flavor notes of toffee, vanilla ice cream, and shortbread biscuit. I'll be heating your milk today, judges, in the region of 55 degrees Celsius. When I serve your milk drinks, judges, please stir 5 times in a folding motion. This will ensure each sip is balanced and consistent as the last, combining all the espresso and the freeze-distilled milk. There we are. Thank you very much. Shaking a bit. Thank you very much. Judges, this milk drink is very sweet, like a little pudding, but is a brilliant way for someone like my mum to begin to enjoy specialty coffee. There we are. Thank you. Thank you. Judges, I'm going to have a little tidy up, prepare for your signature beverages. Please sit back, relax. I'll be back with you in a minute. Judges, I'm always trying to balance my work and my social life. So for my signature drink, I wanted to create something that was not only delicious, but representative of something me and my friends might drink on a weekend. I wanted to try and recreate an IPA, as I believe the flavors in my espresso best emulate one of these beers. So, for my first ingredient, I'll be using 0.7 grams of baobab superfruit powder. I'll also use 4 mils of pink peppercorn syrup. I took pink peppercorns, 1 part pink peppercorns, 8 parts muscovado sugar, and 8 parts water. Combine these on a hob for around 30 minutes on a medium heat until I created a syrupy consistency. This, in conjunction with the baobab, will create a citra hops tasting note. I will also use 5 milliliters of freeze-distilled blueberry juice. I created this at home. I blended fresh blueberries, and passed them through a sieve. I then freeze-distilled these in the same way I did with the milk. This will create a Morello cherry flavor note. I will also use, judges, 35 mils of freeze-distilled pineapple juice. I blended fresh pineapples, passed them through a sieve, and freeze-distilled them in the same way I did with the milk. And this will create a lime peel flavor note. I'll combine these ingredients in a soda siphon. This will create a fizzy element to the drink, whilst also a thick foam, reminiscent of a classic IPA. This is the fun bit. Judges, the craft beer industry has boomed in the last few years, and I've also been part of that wave. And I really believe that with specialty coffee, we can engage more people within this using techniques such as craft beer. Thank you very much. So I'll reiterate your flavor notes, judges. This will be Morello cherry, citra hops, lime peel, please swill this signature drink 5 times before drinking, judges. There we are. Thank you very much. Judges, I hope you've enjoyed the balance I've had on show today. Balance between simple ideas and complex processes. And hopefully, soon, all of our mums can begin enjoying some more funky coffees. Thank you very much. Time.
Yes, round of applause for Jack. Hello. Nice one, man. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was good.
Happy with it?
Yeah, happy.
I really, really liked the multiple references to your mum.
Yes.
Will she be watching?
100%.
Yes.
I think she's probably crying quite a lot right now.
Hello, Jack's
so,
mum.
Yeah, all right. I know at the Glasgow Heats, I was working on the machine and she got about 5 shout-outs from Rob, so she was very happy about that. So had to incorporate it.
Oh, love that. And it was just really, really nice, this sort of like down-to-earth like feel that you brought to the routine. I think talking about your mates and about your mum, like it's really nice. I've just got this sense that like of who you are as a person. I think it's really nice to put that across, right?
Yeah, 100%. I actually had a very different theme about 10 days ago.
Really?
Yeah, and I just sort of, it wasn't quite sitting right with me, so I changed it all around, and I'm really happy with what I've produced. So yeah, dead happy.
Amazing. Yeah, that's quite a quick turnaround, 10 days.
It was risky, but it was the right decision, I think. Yeah, definitely.
Amazing. Yeah, it definitely means something when it feels right to you, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Great. Cool. So can you tell us a little bit more about how you created the hops flavor in your signature drink after we've said goodbye to the
judges? Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, how did you figure out how to make that citra hops kind of
It was
note?
a bit of an accident, actually.
Really?
So originally I was trying to incorporate a citra hops infused sparkling water.
Mm-hmm.
It was just sort of flushing the flavors out a little bit too much. We were playing around with the syrup that I made and the baobab powder, which I was on the fence about using.
Yeah.
And one day it just kind of hit, and it was really clear citra hops, and the soda siphon with the sparkling element really helped that. It sort of just leans into it really well.
Yeah.
But it's dead happy with it.
So intrigued by that.
Yeah.
Might have to have a go at trying to
Yeah,
recreate
give it a whirl.
Sounds like a really cool idea.
Yeah, it's pretty simple ingredients, so
Yeah.
it's not too hard to make.
Awesome. Also really love that the coffee process is called supernatural.
Yeah.
Just makes
Yeah.
it sound like, I don't know, something really mystical.
Yeah.
And like...
It is pretty mystical.
It is, yeah. No, I love that. Okay, awesome. Well done, man.
Thank you very much.
Go relax. And shall we give Jack one last round of applause? Great job. Nice
Thank you
one.
very much.
Cool.
Cheers.
And if people are wondering about Ian, he'll be back to do a full run-through of his routine at the end after everyone else. And for now, I think we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes with the next competitor. Bye.
And welcome back to UK Barista Championships. I've just woken half of the audience back up. So just a quick little update before we move on to our next competitor. Obviously, if you were watching earlier, Ian Kissick didn't finish his routine, but he's got a reset and will be going at the end of all the other competitors, but we've kept everybody else to the same schedule to make it as fair as possible. Okay, so also in terms of what will happen in terms of the end of today will be that we will announce the 6 going through to tomorrow, but we won't reveal their scores or their position. 7 to 14, we will reveal their ranking in terms of their position, and then we have a great day of competition tomorrow. Debriefing for competitors will be in the morning, so we'll have a team of judges judging and a team of judges debriefing, and so that will be all great. But without further ado, please welcome, representing Clifton Coffee Roasters, give a big SCA UK chapter welcome to Zoe Williams. And let's bring on those judges.
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. Cool. Okay, can I have my music, please? Time. What makes the coffee industry special to you? For me, it's the connections we make with others. So over the next 15 minutes, we're going to look back at some of the past and present relationships I've formed since working in the coffee industry, and hopefully, by sharing my story with you, we'll feel a little more connected to each other. Before we begin, I'll be brewing the tea for our signature beverage, as well as preparing 3 espresso shots to allow them to chill for later. Working at a roastery has given me the opportunity to connect with producers. So this is the first relationship I want to highlight today. I'm really excited to share this chameleon geisha from our friends Alan and LK Hartman at Rocky Mountain Coffee in Boquete, Panama. We buy directly from the Hartmans every year because they produce and process some of the best coffee in Panama. And this geisha is an incredible example of that. They named this crop chameleon to demonstrate the multitude of colors and flavors that this geisha can give. It's my job to ensure you get to experience as many of those flavors as possible. So I'm using a custom WDT tool and a gravity distributor, which enhances the quality of the extraction and improves the reproducibility of the espressos. This gives me confidence that the flavor notes that I'll give you today will be present in the cup. This beautiful natural coffee was shade grown at 1,800 meters above sea level, giving the cherries plenty of time to develop complex sugars and acids. The cherries were then dried on raised beds for 21 days. And this extended drying time is what gives us our strawberry and plum flavor notes. The Hartmans are known for their expertise in coffee processing. And this is displayed in the high quality sweetness and delicate florals of this coffee, which are quintessential qualities of the geisha varietal. My brewing temperature today is 93.5 degrees, as this gives the extraction that best highlights those delicate florals. I'm using a dose of 19 grams, and this will be the same for all 3 courses today. My yield for my signature beverage espressos is 42 grams, as this is where the citric and malic acidities are most vibrant. So while I chill these espressos and return to brew the tea, I invite you to drink some water, and we'll move on to the milk course shortly. Now, I wanted to start with the milk course because when I first started working as a barista, I spent most of my time making milk drinks. So the second relationship in our story today is a barista and their customers. Whilst I was working in a cafe, I'd see the same customers every day. And so I quickly got to know them and their favorite drinks. The camaraderie that we shared was based around these sweet and Moorish drinks that became part of their daily routine. And so the milk drinks I'm offering you today amplify this indulgently Moorish drink whilst showcasing the best example of a specialty coffee milk drink. To do this, I'm using unhomogenized 4% full-fat milk, which I've freeze distilled to a 400% concentration. This intensifies the complex sugars naturally found in the milk and creates a creamy, dessert-like texture. To ensure that the coffee characteristics of the espresso can shine through the intense sweetness of the milk, I'm increasing the strength of my espressos by reducing the yield to 38 grams. I'm steaming my milk to 50 degrees so that the temperature in the cup is around 45. As I found this is where the flavor notes are most prominent. I'm combining 1 part espresso with 3 parts milk to create the most harmonious balance in the cup. So judges, please write down your milk drink flavor notes, which are white chocolate, rum and raisin cake, and dulce de leche. I'd like you to please stir these 5 times in a circular motion, and you're welcome to use the white bowls for your U spoons. Thank you. That one's for you. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy. And last but not least, that one's for you. Thank you. Now, the last relationship I want to highlight today is the collaboration with our colleagues. To ensure we best preserved the amazing qualities of this coffee, I turned to my colleague Tim, who roasted this coffee 21 days ago. This rest time really accentuates the delicate florals that you'll taste as jasmine in your espresso. We chose an end temperature of 398 degrees and a 1:30 development time, as this creates a higher density coffee that favors the extraction of desirable sugars and acids. To complement this high quality sweetness and acidity, I'm using a yield of 41 grams, as this allows us to experience the full complexity of this coffee. Now, judges, please perform your crema evaluation, but don't drink just yet, as I'm going to give you your taste notes. There we go. So please write down passion fruit coulis, ripe plum, demerara sugar, and jasmine. You will experience a medium weight, a silky texture, and a lingering citrus finish that reminds me of grapefruit juice. Now, these espressos really come to life as they cool, so I'm giving you a chilled teaspoon to stir your espressos with 10 times. This rapid cooling reduces the perception of carbonic acid, allowing you to experience the incredible qualities of this coffee without any astringency. You're welcome to use the white bowls for your U spoons again. Please enjoy. So, for your signature beverage, I wanted to add 3 ingredients to the espressos to symbolize the 3 relationships we've reflected on today. Firstly, to represent our partnership with the Hartmans, I'm including popular Panama fruits by adding 35 grams of pineapple and mango syrup, which I made by adding 1 part pineapple, 1 part mango, to 2 parts of a 1-to-1 simple sugar syrup, I let this simmer for 15 minutes, blended it together, and strained the mixture to create a syrup packed full of tropical fruit flavors. The high sweetness in the syrup pairs with that passion fruit in the espresso to give us our first new flavor note of bubblegum. I'm then adding 45 grams of Earl Grey tea, which I brewed at a 1 to 10 ratio for 4 minutes and left to chill. I wanted to incorporate this as this was a favorite amongst my regular customers. This pairs perfectly with the 6 shots of geisha I'm adding, as the tannins elevate the low bitterness of the coffee, and the bergamot and citrus in the tea are reminiscent of the jasmine and the grapefruit finish in the espresso. This gives us our second flavor note, vanilla cream soda. And lastly, I'm adding 3 grams of salted rose water in honor of Tim's roasting, which really brings out the most beautiful floral characteristics of the geisha. Thank you. I made this by adding 1 part of a 5% saline solution to 2 parts rose water. This pairs with the plum in the espresso to give us our last new flavor note of Parma violets. I'm mixing all the ingredients together in a blender to create a light and velvety texture. I'd ask that you call time. I ask that you wait until I call time to drink, and when you do, please swirl your cup 3 times before each sip to ensure that you taste all of these amazing flavors that I really love. I want to thank you all so much for sharing your time with me today. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is my time.
Big round of applause for Zoe from Clifton Coffee Roasters. Cool. Zoe, come around here. How do you feel?
Exhausted.
Yeah. It's, you know, I mean, obviously for all the competitors, the amount of time and preparation that goes into this it is incredible, but beautiful performance.
Thank you.
Visually loved the look of all the cups.
Thank you.
They were all different, but had that, you know, I mean, the pink color running through, which was, I just, it drew me in, even from that point of view. So, obviously, I think Hartmann Geisha.
Mm-hmm. Rocky Mountain Geisha.
Rocky Mountain,
Slightly different.
Yeah, sorry, Rocky Mountain Geisha. You know, it's a coffee and a farm that Clifton worked with for a long time. I was actually out at one of the European shows, actually, with the Hartmann family and the guys from Clifton one time, and it was really nice to meet them and engage, and I've tasted them so many times, but really delicious coffee. And but what really made you want to use this one in particular for the competition?
I mean, it was delicious for a start. I also really wanted to pick a coffee from the Hartmanns because they were the first and so far only producers that I've ever met. When I started working at Clifton, they came over and did a cupping, and I just thought it's so cool that we have that relationship with them. I know a lot of the guys at Clifton go out there, which in my head was kind of more normal, but actually having the producers at the roastery is really cool that they get to taste their coffee the way that we do and share it with them.
Which is really good. So then, I mean, obviously you decided to serve your milk drinks first, which is absolutely fine. You can serve in whatever order you wanted. Why was that choice?
Kind of followed the story of when I got into coffee, milk drinks came first. But also kind of from a practical point of view, just my espressos, I wanted to taste the best, so I kind of left them till the end so that the grinder's nice and warm and where I want it to be. Yeah, no,
that's good. So then moving on to your signature drink, wanting to highlight and complement and also create some new flavors as well in that cup. You know, I mean, we are seeing more and more saline solution move, but it is amazing that the difference that I mean, I'm sure that
Yeah.
you've tried it with and without
Yeah.
as well. So
Yeah.
what kind of flavors did you find that developed more adding that saline solution?
It kind of just makes the flavors like way more clear. I didn't find that it created massively anything new, but what you can taste is just so much more vibrant.
Yeah, it's just really popping out the clarity and the
Yeah.
individuality of all the characters.
Yeah,
It's good.
exactly.
I think the judges are just good, so we'll say goodbye. Round of applause for the judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We
Thank
should
you.
see these guys one more time, I think. So, but you know, cool. And Josh. Cool. Yeah, obviously, heat winner at Cardiff as well.
Yeah.
So it's been a bit of a whirlwind time for you. But
Yeah, first ever competition.
Yeah.
Then through by the scrape of my teeth pretty much. So
Yeah.
yeah, I've learned a lot, and even just being here, I'm happy. So
Yeah,
whatever
and I think
happens.
that's the one thing, you know, we talk about, you know, in terms of what competition can do for the development of the industry in terms of maybe some new ideas, some new concepts that we want to try and experiment with and taste, but also in terms of personal development. I think that's one of the things that whenever you talk to any of the competitors, particularly first-time competitors, going backstage, the things that you learn on that journey is massive. Would you say that it helps you become a better barista?
Yes, I've learned so much about coffee, but I've also learned a lot about myself.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was ready to do it at all. I watched James he'd do it last year, and thought, wow, that's so cool that people do that. And
So you know, would you say to people out there who are thinking about it, just do it?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was like, no, I'll just do it next year. I'm not ready. But actually, the only way you get ready is by doing it, you know? So
Absolutely. Well, she's been absolutely fantastic, really entertaining, and a beautiful presentation. So a big round of applause for Zoe from Clifton Coffee.
Thank you.
Awesome. So we have 2 competitors left, and we'll be back very shortly. How long we got? 1 minute. So we'll be back in about 2 minutes, I guess. Just waiting for the judges. We'll see you then. Bye.
All right, we're back with our penultimate competitor. So can everyone give a big round of applause for Alex Wallace from Caravan Coffee Roasters? And let's welcome our judges on.
Awesome, thank you, cheers. Thank you. Hey, long day for you guys. Hey. Hiya. See you. Hey, fella. Hi. Hey, nice to see you. Long day for you guys. Yeah. More or less. Get my timer. You all ready? For your last espressos, hopefully. Okay. Could I get my music, please? Some tunes? Yeah, nice. And time. Hey gang, my name is Alex, and I'm here today to represent the work of Raw Material, Miguel Forrado, and Finca El Phoenix, a community washing station and training center located 1,800 meters above sea level in Quindío, Colombia. Initially planned to provide improved access to the specialty market through improved processing, as the needs of the community evolved, so too did the focus of El Phoenix. Today it is pivoted towards offering community training and innovations in processing that can be used to benefit producer livelihoods across the world. To fund the build of El Phoenix, Miguel and the team at Raw Material ran a Kickstarter in 2016. And through this, Caravan paid for 9 plots of 1,000 trees each to be planted in the variety garden. And the results of those pledges, dear friends, is what we'll be drinking today. Now the espresso notes, you can write these down. You're going to find a bright and sparkly acidity like blood orange. A complex aroma of yuzu and Darjeeling tea. In the cup, a high sweetness with notes of freeze-dried raspberry, fresh Mirabelle plum, and a hint of orange blossom florality lingering in the finish. Now there's also a finish note of rich and fruity 70% Madagascan dark chocolate, which is going to add a textural coating aspect to the finish of the texture. So there's going to be a juicy to medium weight body. And to achieve all this, I'm using a recipe of 18 grams in to 36 grams out in a time of 30 seconds. So let's just get these ready. Lovely. Now, I've taken 3 of the lots and I've blended them together. So that's 50% wash geisha to 25% natural geisha to 25% natural pink bourbon. Bright, citric, floral top notes of the wash coffees balance with a big, bold, chewy, tropical sweetness of the naturals. And I pushed out all the roasts to about 9 to 9.5 minutes with the longest and hottest development for the washed geisha to tame that citric acidity, and slightly shorter and cooler end temps for those naturals, just to bring out that best complexity and sweetness, balancing that blend all over. So, I invite you to stir to protocol, no faffing about here, and enjoy a coffee that was 6 years in the making. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely. And you. Smashing. Now, I've had a wee bit of time with those espressos, so we'll go on to talking a little bit about the milk course. So the milk notes, you can write this down. You're going to find a really juicy, nice white chocolate sweetness. That citric note from the espresso is going to become Seville orange marmalade. The stone fruit note becomes apricot yogurt. And that orange blossom becomes orange blossom honey lingering in the finish. To achieve this, I'm using a blend of 70% freeze-distilled semi-skim milk with 30% whole. The end result is super sweet, but lower fat, which complements that blend. Now, I realize we said a lot of coffees in that blend, all from El Phoenix. So I'm going to refer to the blend as the pink geisha blend moving forward, just for the ease of simplicity. So it complements the pink geisha's blends, super nice acidity and sweetness without smothering it in excess fats. Let's just get on steaming. Now, the lots were processed by Miguel using a technique he developed at El Phoenix, the anoxic process, which is basically a wet fermentation with a water pillow placed on top to keep the coffee submerged, which is a lot like a fermentation weight if you've ever made sauerkraut or kimchi at home. This allows them to keep the temperature cool and stable, prevents oxygen exchange, allowing longer fermentations that enhance fruit-forward and sweet flavors. And most interestingly of all, it's scalable because it can be adapted cheaply to existing washing station infrastructure, unlike expensive steel tank or barrel-based anaerobic systems, which means producers can get an improved return in cup score at a lower risk for capital investment, which I think is super interesting. So, freeze-distilled milk, delicious, of course, like pudding in a cup, decadent, rich, indulgent. I want to come back to that thought once you guys have had a chance to enjoy these. So please, as I'm serving these, don't wait on politeness, crack on right away. Lovely. Lovely job. Think about that, freeze distilling, freezing, melting, and throwing away half a bottle of milk in the process of making this delicious result. So good with coffee, but is it sustainable? Please enjoy. Thank you, and for you as well. Sorry about the jitters there. Lovely. A time check, please. 8 minutes and gone. Thank you so much. And you can have that, sir. Just touch of water for you. There we go. Cool. You guys keep enjoying your milk drinks. I am going to go and pull some shots, your signature beverage. So, something's been bugging me a little bit about competition. How many of us today have made freeze-distilled milk? How much of us have wasted coffee doing this? We keep talking about innovations in producers and innovations in the global south, yet we seem to hold no magnifying glass to ourselves. So for my signature beverage, I've sought to answer this. I've created a unique, customized plant-based milk, customized to the Pink Geisha blend, that's low waste, infinitely repeatable, customizable, and trying to somewhat meet the same profile as freeze distilled. So that's decadent, it's intense, it's slightly more viscous and fatty, and just pudding-like in the cup. So to achieve this, I've mixed oats and hot water to allow the starch grains to fully hydrate and gelatinize. To this, I've added koji grains, a naturally fermented rice that's rich in enzymes that break down starches into simple sugars. I held it in a water bath at 60 degrees centigrade for 3 hours to fully break down the starches into simple sugars. Then I'd rapidly heated it to denature and cooled it off and strained it through a nut milk bag. So to this, as our oat base, we're going to have the sweetness and sugars of our drink. And your first note for the SigBev round, you can write this down. It's going to be glazed donut. Just going to let those sit. We'll come back to those. And next up, we're going to need some mouthfeel, right? So we're adding our oat base. So for our mouthfeel, I'm going to add a blend of 70%, kind of matching the freeze distilled area, 70% refined coconut oil with 30% rapeseed oil. And we're matching not only the ratios in that freeze distilled round, but also the ratio of saturated to unsaturated fat in dairy milk. To this, to balance out that fat content, we're going to add 2 grams of the vegan emulsifier sunflower lecithin. And altogether, it's going to give us our first textural note of ambrosia custard. And just like making water for coffee, we're going to need some buffer. So to that, 1/2 gram of the buffering salt dipotassium phosphate and 1 gram of calcium carbonate. That's going to give us a beautiful fruit note of roasted plums and poached rhubarb. Finally, to bring it all together, bring harmonious balance and enhance sweetness, 1/2 gram of salt. Now, to bring us to our final viscosity, we're going to have 330 grams of water, and we're going to blend it in a high-shear blender. Fantastic. Cool. And our final note for the signature beverage drink is going to be a finish of crumble topping. So that classic brown sugar oat crumble topping. So we're going for a real nice decadent drink. We're not trying to match the same profile as dairy, but we're looking for a new and interesting take. Again, low waste. We're building from the ground up rather than discarding. And I've tweaked all these. You could tweak so much of this. Like you could adjust the buffer amount to increase or decrease acidity. You can increase the sweetness, the viscosity. For further reference, for when you go back to your little judge's chamber, I've got the entire method written down. So you can take all this information, check if I've missed anything. So, what we're going to do, well, we've blended up our milk, catch some drips. I'm going to go steam it. And I'm going to serve you some low-waste koji oat piccolos. That's the signature beverage. Perhaps you can see this as a little bit of extra practice for next year's rules. Cool. Let's move these guys out of the way. Type, please. Type. Smashing. So, as I steam this, I was wanting to think, could we cast a bit more of an intense glare on ourselves and think, can we innovate a bit more and waste a bit less and try and hold ourselves to the same standards that we seem to be holding those in the Global South as part of these competitions with what we're highlighting. So let's take this guy over here. Lovely. Smashing. 1 minute remaining, lovely. So again, don't wait for politeness. Just you go and enjoy right away. So again, not the same as dairy, something new, but decadent. Should reference also these oats are not gluten-free, so if you're a celiac, they may contain traces. We should probably start, I think, as a community, declaring allergens before we serve signature beverages. It's something I just want to comment on. Time check, please. Thank you so much. And time.
Yes. Well done, Alex. Come round it. Well, how do you feel? You've been waiting all day.
I have been, and also I had about 3 practice runs total before this, like in total.
Total
actually
ever?
doing the whole thing for this routine.
Wow.
So, well, obviously some of the heats, but yeah. So a lot of that was made up live.
You just wanted to keep yourself fresh.
Yeah, exactly. Or just juggling a schedule. Yeah.
Well, it's nice because it came across very natural.
Yeah.
And I think that's really nice.
Yeah.
Love your table decorations.
Thank you. I just noticed this. I was like, no one ever decorates the table properly. I was like, there's so much space for stuff.
Yeah. Where did you get are they reeds?
They're oats.
They're oats.
They're
of course
oats.
they're oats.
Of course they're
I
oats.
love
Yeah.
that. Did you pick the oats?
No, I did not. It's fully from Etsy.
Ah.
Yeah. But in general, the vast majority of the stuff is stuff we already had. The cards from the roastery, bought from previous years. Just again trying to buy less things.
Let's say goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget to get the.
Should we give a round of applause to this judging team?
Thanks, guys. Go enjoy your beer after this. Yeah, that's one. Fantastic.
Nice one. Yeah, so, I mean, the standout thing was definitely your signature drink. Super interesting take on it. And, what inspired you to do that? You love oats, clearly.
I just had the idea about 2 years ago, and I just really wanted to do it. I just thought it was funny. I thought it'd be really easy.
Okay.
I did a lot of research and learning into this. I'm going to say mad respect for the plant milk makers now. There's some of the patents are freely available. Some of the stuff is less so. But if you read into it, there's a huge amount of effort goes into it.
Oh yeah, I've had a go before, and it was
it's terrible, right? If you just blend oats and water and straight, it's terrible. There's enzymes.
And it definitely doesn't steam. That's a whole nother.
No. I did a lot of tweaking.
Yeah, amazing. I also really like the blender on the
stand.
It was very DIY.
The hand mixer, second hand from Nisbets. I mean, you get a benchtop homogenizer. Costs about £500 to £1,000 plus.
Yeah.
I was like, no way. You can bodge this.
You made it work. I love that.
Make it work. Retail stand from Amazon. Yeah.
Great. Well, super, super fun.
Thank you.
As a fellow lover of oats and oat milk, I really appreciate that, and I'm definitely going to be trying out your recipe.
Fantastic.
So thanks for sharing that with us.
Cheers.
Cool. Big round of applause for Alex. All right, go relax.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, I'll just come over here, shall I? So just want to give a shout out to our trophy sponsor, which is Clockwork Espresso. So I thought instead of cheering, we could do an ooh, ooh. Yeah, there we go. So we'll get to see those tomorrow, which is very exciting. And I think 10 minutes or so till our last competitor. Yeah, 10-ish minutes, and we'll be back, and then we'll get some results. All right, bye.
And welcome back. Always loud on my first voice. We are here with our last competitor of the day for UKBC, and just checking. Yep, we got judges waiting in the wings. Head judge there as well. Yep, head judge is there. Cool. So without further ado, give a big SCA welcome to Ian from Formative Coffee. And judges.
Hiya. How you doing? Welcome back. Hiya. Hi, how you doing? Hi. Hi again. All right. Good. Here we go again. Hiya. Hi. Okay. Music, please. Thank you. Just a wee bit louder. Right. Okay. Time. Welcome back, judges. Technology is a wonderful part of everyday life, and it affects almost every aspect of what we do now, even the cafe. And so today, I want to chat to you a little bit about the opportunities that technology can bring in creating better customer service experiences around coffee in the cafe. So let's begin. Now, one of the most exciting ways that technology can help us in the cafe is by helping us to create new and immersive experiences around the coffees that we're offering. For example, in the future, we'll see a lot of this through augmented and virtual reality. But for today, I've built this table with 4 screens built in, which will act as your guide through our time together today. So it will be host to a lot of useful information, and I'd ask you to refer back to it continually as we move through together. And you'll see on those screens that your first order has come through. We're going to start with our espresso course, then move on to our milk, and then signature drink. And that espresso course will be using a naturally processed Hartmann geisha, grown at 2,000 meters above sea level. Then the milk and signature drink courses will both be using an experimental wash process, pink bourbon, produced and processed by Wilton Benitez in Cauca, Colombia. But let's focus first on that espresso course, and you'll see a refresher of those details on the screen. Now, as I mentioned, this is a naturally processed geisha grown at 2,000 meters above sea level. That natural process is going to bring us elevated levels of sweetness, great tactile experience, and our first flavor note of raspberry. The geisha varietal is going to bring us florality in the form of jasmine, and a further flavor note of grapefruit. And that relatively high altitude of 2,000 meters above sea level means a slower maturation of the cherry, therefore more complex sugar development, more complexity in the cup. So now, when judges, I'm looking at roasting and brewing this coffee, I have 2 main considerations. Firstly, I want to make sure that I maintain that vibrant acidity that I love about this coffee. And secondly, I want to ensure that this coffee is soluble enough so I can pull it as espressos and maintain high levels of sweetness. So to achieve that vibrant acidity, I've chosen a development time ratio of 15%. And to ensure we have those high levels of sweetness, gone with an end temperature of 204 degrees Celsius. Now, those 2 objectives combined mean that we're going to have a balanced and structured taste experience. And today I'm really brewing with balance in mind for your espressos. I'm using an 18.5 gram dose and a 37 gram yield with a contact time of 33 seconds. And this is going to result in a cup with the following flavor notes, which you'll see again on your screen. We'll have jasmine, then grapefruit, raspberry, and then finally 70% dark chocolate. For your tactile, I would like you to look for a medium weight, a coating texture, and a medium to long finish with a grapefruit characteristic. Now, when I serve these to you, judges, I'd ask that you pick up one of your clean teaspoons from the napkin in front of you, stir gently 6 times to fully incorporate the crema, and then deposit your used teaspoon in the green glass in front of you. Thank you. Now let's do a little recap of those tasting notes. We'll have jasmine, raspberry, grapefruit, 70% dark chocolate. Medium weight, coating texture, medium to long finish with grapefruit. And as I mentioned, please stir 6 times, depositing your used teaspoon in the green glass. Thank you. There we are. Thank you. You're welcome. Just another 20 seconds or so on those espressos, judges. Okay. Thank you. Now, for our milk course, we'll be using that coffee from Wilton Benitez. And it is a pink bourbon, which is experimentally processed. That pink bourbon is going to bring us sweetness and a flavor note of raspberry in the cup. And that experimental process, which involves the introduction of Saccharomyces pastorianus in the first of 2 fermentation phases, is going to get us a note of dried mango. Now I'm brewing this course, we're using 18.5 grams in, a 45 gram yield, and a contact time of about 33 seconds. And I'm pairing each of your single espressos in a 1:3 ratio of espresso to milk, and that milk is a 3% fat Jersey milk, which I freeze distilled to 70% of its original volume. Now, how did I actually decide upon that particular milk? Well, in the Cafe of the Future, we have an opportunity to use data like you see in front of you. You'll see a description of my coffee, thank you, a description of my coffee I put in today, and behind the scenes, a machine learning algorithm which I've trained on a variety of milks and a variety of espressos is helping me to understand what the optimal level of fat and sugar is in my drink. And so the milk that I've chosen has a 4% fat content and a 6% sugar content. That fat content is going to help us achieve a delicious tactile experience. And that high sugar content will help us achieve sweetness in the cup. Now I've steamed your milk to 60 degrees Celsius resulting in a drinking temperature after stirring, which I'll instruct you about in a moment, of 48 degrees Celsius. All in all, this results in the following flavor notes for your milk course: milled baker's chocolate, raspberry, and dried mango. Now, when you've got your cup, please take your clean teaspoon from your napkin and stir gently in a circular motion 6 times to fully homogenize the beverage. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Time check. Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you. So another 20 seconds or so on those milk drinks, judges. And then we'll move on to signature beverage. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, thank you. Technology can also help us in creating more interesting drinks. For example, I've used artificial intelligence chatbot to help me create this drink. It's called ChatGPT. You should try it out. It's good fun. So we had a bit of a back and forth. Obviously, my skill was the taste, and its skill was massive amounts of knowledge. But we arrived at the following recipe. We're starting with your double espressos, 2 of which have been chilling in this hyper chiller. And now you're going to bring bitterness and acidity to your signature drinks. Next, we add consommé. It's a white chocolate and guava consommé, 80 grams of this. We produce this by pureeing guava, 300 grams of it, then adding 10 grams of pectin-X, an enzyme which will break down the fibers in the guava, resulting in a translucent guava solution. Separately, we melt 100 grams of Madagascan 36% chocolate. Then we combine the guava and the melted chocolate along with 50 grams of beaten egg whites, which are going to clarify the solution, remove any impurities. We bring everything to a boil, pass through a paper filter, and then chill. This is going to introduce, in combination with your espressos, the new notes of blackberry jam, and a second note of mandarin. And our third ingredient is a not-so-simple simple syrup. It is a jasmine simple syrup. We combine 1 gram of jasmine, with 100 grams of 40-degree water for 1 hour. We then strain it and combine the liquid with equal parts sugar to make a simple syrup. I'm adding 18 grams of that. Sorry. That's going to help us balance the acidity, but it's also going to add a new note of tonic water. The final ingredient I've added in there is 20 grams of egg whites, which when shaken in this Boston shaker will help us to achieve a creamy texture. Thank you. So judges, I'm going to pour this into the frozen glasses. I'm going to serve immediately, but please wait for my further instruction before you go ahead and assess. Now our flavor notes were blackberry jam, mandarin, and tonic water. When I serve you, when I instruct you to proceed, I'd like you to swirl before each sip and take 3 sips total. Now judges, it's not just the experience that we've had across the espresso, milk drink, and signature drink, which have been crafted by technology today. That's because every word that I've spoken up until now has been written by or with the help of artificial intelligence. And yet, at the heart of our experience in a cafe is the barista, and it will always remain so. We've seen that technology can help us to actually create new drinks, but we still need someone to taste it and deliver it with empathy. Now, please go ahead and drink your signature drinks. Enjoy them, swirling before each sip, and 3 sips total. Thank you. Time check. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, time.
Big round of applause for Ian. How do you feel?
Tired.
It's done now.
It's a long day.
Rocking the beard as well now.
Yeah, that's not a deliberate choice. It's more a lack of a deliberate choice to shave.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there we go.
That's fair enough. Anyway, cafe of the future. Kind of idea, perception from you. Really interesting with the screens on there delivering the information, and I mean, definitely. I mean, the whole world is just looking at screens the whole time, isn't it? So
that's it.
Really good that connectivity in terms of how you're delivering it, changing it at the right time for them. But very interesting concept. So 2 coffees.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about those.
So we had the Hartmann Natural Geisha, a bit of a classic, I suppose, in competition coffee. We used it in the first round. It's really delicious, roasted by Standout in Stockholm. They did a really good job. The second coffee is from Wilton Benitez in Cauca, Colombia. Great producer. We kind of kept one of his coffees at Plot on the table about a month ago. And we just thought, this is amazing, we need this. And we struggled a little while to find the importer, but yes, we found Johnny, and he helped us get some of this. A couple of coffees, Pink Bourbon and Geisha from Wilton Benitez. It's just these like tropical notes, like so much flavor, and really exciting in milk drinks. Like I kind of wanted a milk drink which was more fruit forward, and which I, as a coffee professional, would be excited to drink.
Yeah, and I think that's it as well, isn't it? You know, there's definitely a few kind of routes that we can go down in terms of there's a coffee and we take the coffee on a story and a journey, or we tell a different story in a journey that kind of matches. Really interesting with your signature drink with the artificial intelligence interaction.
Yeah.
I mean, like I've been listening to Chris Evans in the last few weeks, and like they've been talking about that.
You know, at one point I was looking at another Panamanian coffee, and I said to ChatGPT, "Can you describe like an Elida washed geisha?" And the screed that came out was fairly accurate, about like an A4 pages worth, and obviously like it is just based on what's being written on the internet. You know, so it's not perfect, and there's lots that it's missing out. But it's a fun way to generate new ideas. And signature drinks, I think they can be quite a fun drink and quite novel.
Yep, we'll just say goodbye to the judges very quickly.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Big round of applause. Last time for the judges
so
today.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Josh. So we can have a lot of fun with AI.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's. Oh, sorry. Last 2 judges. There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. Artificial intelligence. It's also like quite disconcerting, like some of the stuff that's going on, and like particularly the vocal speech thing. You didn't incorporate that. I mean, you could have got it maybe to the whole presentation.
Could have spoken for me.
I'm not sure where the rules are on that one, but you know, but yeah, I mean, definitely it can like even create things that you don't think of, but you kind of get the base concept.
Yeah. I think there's a whole lot of amazing work that can be done with AI, assuming it doesn't kill us all. But I saw, for example, on Instagram, AI-generated artworks of famous bars around the world. That was a big kind of inspiration, and I think it's incredible. Technology. I didn't say it at the end, it was meant to be in my final part. Technology is supposed to be an aid for humans, ever since we invented basic tools and the wheel. And that's what AI can be. I think it does have a place in, especially high-end drinks production, because there's only so much knowledge we can carry around, and there's only so much creativity. Whereas it's like a sounding board for us to generate new ideas.
Yeah, and also, I mean, potentially, even if you think about it, kind of going down the line, if it puts us in a way that actually means that instead of trying 20 ideas and combinations, we try 10. Actually, from a sustainable and waste point of view, that could be more approachable as well. So
I think that there's a question that a lot of us in coffee have around automation and what automation means. And there will be those that choose to use automation to cut labor forces, but there's also an opportunity to use automation to create really exemplary customer experiences where we can actually have more time with the customer, more time in an immersive experience, truly guiding them through the thing that we love.
Yeah, and standardization as well. It is that humans are inherently inconsistent. And that's part of what makes humans interesting. But also, that level of, and we kind of, in competition, we want you to become machines effectively and recreate everything exactly. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting finding that balance between the two. But really interesting presentation and thought-provoking as well, I think, for me. So a big round of applause one more time for Ian from Formative Coffee. Cool, thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
Cool. So we just had the judges to just work out the scores for Ian, our last competitor of the day. And then we will announce the results. So the basic format, essentially, once we have got the last scores inputted into the master computer, then we will ask any of the competitors that are still here, hopefully most of them, onto the stage, and we will announce the top 6, draw them forward, and then they pull a number, and that will decide their performance time tomorrow. Okay? We will then reveal the scores for 7 through to 14. And so if you've not gone through to the finals tomorrow, then at least you'll know your ranking. Debriefs will be done tomorrow morning. So probably from about 9:30, judges will be available for that. In terms of competitor or competition timings, a little bit more of a relaxed start. The first competitor will be performing at 9:40 tomorrow. So obviously they've got rollout, stage practice and everything for that, but performance time is 9:40. 10:55, 12:10, 2:10, 3:25 and 4:40. Now, what we are also going to do tomorrow is after each set, then the competitor will be asked to brew 4 shots again, and we'll sit down with the competitor and one of the sponsors and a guest, and there's a possibility that somebody in the audience might be able to come up if the sponsor wants to give it to the audience. So the first sponsor tomorrow will be Britta after the first competitor, then it will be Oatly, then Malkonig, then Chimbley, then Kavoya, and then Grumpy Mule. After each of those 6 competitors. And so that will then take us through to figure out who is the UK champion. So in terms of that, we look forward to seeing you in, who knows, hopefully about 20, 30 minutes with the results. So do stay tuned, keep looking, and we'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, so we are very close. So we are just literally putting the last score sheets in. So very shortly we will have the announcement. But we've also adjusted the schedule a little bit for tomorrow in terms of making sure that we have as many judges available for debrief. So we are going to move debrief for the people who haven't gone through to 1 o'clock, because then that means that we can make sure that some people who are judging tomorrow will also be able to do that, and we can be more effective in terms of what we're doing. We are also going to move the afternoon slots a little bit sooner. We will clarify this with all the 6 competitors that have gone through. So 9:40 will still be the earliest that somebody will perform. 10:55, 12:10 remains the same. But then we are going to release some of the judges from debriefing, if debriefs are still going on, at 1:40 instead of 2:10. So we're trying to bring the day forward half an hour because everybody's had a long day today, so we'll try and make sure that we're not too long tomorrow because, you know, it's a long day for everyone. So it'll be, the afternoon slots will be 1:40, 14:55, and then the last one will be performing at 16:10, I think. But we'll clarify that. So then just everybody has not too long day, not too long to wait. And also it means that we can utilize more judges and give better feedback for those people who haven't gone through to the finals in terms of the quality of debrief. That's really important. So even if you haven't gone through, we do encourage you to come to that. But also come along to the day as well, if you haven't gone through, to, you know, continue to be part of the experience and the journey and see what happens. So, yeah, so we're probably about 10, 15 minutes away from the announcement. The way that obviously the announcements will work, like we said, we'll bring everybody up on stage. We will give you all the recognition. Hey, getting through to the semi-finals is an amazing feat. We have had more competitors than ever this year. So to get this far with over 60 competitors has been an absolutely phenomenal achievement. But we have to get it down to a final 6. So then once everybody's up and received the recognition that they wholeheartedly deserve, then we will call in no particular order, because obviously we don't release the top 6 scores. We will release them, of course, at the end of tomorrow, so you know where you were at semi-finals today, and then obviously you know your ranking at finals. As we call you up, we'll also ask you to grab a number from a cup, and that will be your position for competing tomorrow. Then we make a note of it. Gratz will send out the schedule, and then that's how we do. So, okay. Hopefully it doesn't sound too complicated, but yeah, we've had an absolutely fabulous day of competition. I've been fortunate enough to at least taste the dregs of some of the coffees, and can I just say as well that from very early on this morning, walking through the practice area, the aromas that were coming from you guys practicing were phenomenal, right from the off, all the way through to the end of the day. And I'm sure probably the guys in the Chimbley office upstairs were appreciating some of those aromas that were drifting up and making them drool and salivate. So it has been an absolutely fantastic day. So I'll be back in hopefully 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll have 5 minutes, and then there we go. Gratz has said it. That's 4 minutes. It's done. Okay, back soon. Bye. Yeah, so, yeah, obviously. Yeah, cool, okay. Okay, welcome back to UKBC Championships 2023. I know you all want to know the results, etc., but I must wholeheartedly thank all of our sponsors. So we'll go through all of them. So just one big round of applause. Let's start with our machine sponsor with the fabulous M200, Chimbley. Malconic with the E80 Supreme, stunning grinder. Brita water filter. Oatly. Grumpy Mule serving us coffee all day. Kavoya specialty coffee. Clockwork Espresso. I will show you the trophies tomorrow. Trewithian Dairies as our dairy sponsor. Ernex with our fabulous cleaning products, keeping us clean. Topple, who we haven't got cups, but they provided the cups for the heat trophies. Round of applause. And I think that's everyone. But we also couldn't do this without the team of volunteers. So please give a big round of applause for the volunteers. We've given lots of thanks to the judges throughout the day, but again, one more time, a big thank you to the judges. And also in terms of hosting us here in this space and making this available and kind of doing a lot of the tidying, carrying, moving around, the team from Chimbley UK as well. Okay, so in the order that people performed, let's bring you all up on stage. Representing Grumpy Mule, Christian. From Saint Espresso, Laura Metcalfe. From Watch House, Ted Longden. From Origin Coffee Roasters, Ryohji Hope. Representing Grumpy Mule, Arran Stein. For Forts Cafe, Will Pitts. Area 51 Coffee Roasters, Evangelos. Established Coffee, Mark Ashbridge. Representing Cairngorm Coffee, Kyle McGee. From Blossom Coffee Roasters, Oli Jones. Ian Kissick from Formative Coffee. Jack Ellis from Grumpy Mule. Zoe Williams from Clifton Coffee Roasters. Alex Wallace from Caravan. So these are our 14 amazing competitors, and actually a couple more thank yous before I move on. Big thank you to the whole of the SCA UK committee. We got Camilla, Jonathan, who's had to go, Alex, Gratz. Where's Gratz? Somewhere. Who else? That's it. Cool. But we couldn't do it. We work as a team and kind of do it all and try and bring these events together. And one last big shout out to Helena, who's been our co-MC for the day as well. Helena will be back tomorrow in terms of, in fact, she's going to come up now because you're going to announce some of these as well. The guys will give you another microphone too, I think. Keep Al on his toes, of course. So, but these are our 14 semi-finalists, and like if you've been watching online or here, I think you can tell that the standard of what we have in the UK is absolutely phenomenal. And, you know, being really impressed in terms of through the heat and to what we've brought into the finals, especially with some of the first-time competitors, which has been absolutely fantastic. So please give a big, well-earned round of applause for our finalists. Okay, so we're going to announce the finalists in the order that they competed, if you like. I couldn't think of a more random way to do it. So it's not based on score, it's based on where you competed. Yeah, so it's the ones with the stars. So I'm going to start with, if you want to step forward when we call your name forward and kind of stand on that line there and work your way along. Representing Watch House Coffee, Ted Longden.
And is this on? Is this on? Yeah? Oh, yeah. And representing Grumpy Mule, Arran Stein.
Okay, I am going to try and pronounce the surname.
You got this.
Vag Koulougousidis from Area 51, Vag, as I know him.
And next up, Ian Kissick from Formative Coffee.
Okay, 2 places left. For a first timer, not too bad. Representing Grumpy Mule, Jack Ellis.
Oh, I love the music. All right. And the last space in the final goes to another first-time competitor, Zoe Williams from Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Okay, so before we show the 7 to 14 placings and things, if you want to tell us your number, Ted. Number 2 for Ted. Round of applause for Ted. There's a pattern here for Arran. Number 3. Round of applause. Number 4, not very well.
Have these been shuffled?
I thought I shook these up a little bit more. Let's try and randomize them. You never know. For Ian. Number 1. For Jack. Number 5. Well, I think we know where you are, but you know, you can still do the honors. Number 6 for Zoe. Okay, so for you 6, big, huge congratulations again to our finalists for UKBC 2023. Okay. Like I say, you know, the people who haven't gone through the finals have still done amazing work to get through here. So we're going to show their rankings 7 through to 14. There we go. So you can take, yep, that's the ones, and that's your scores. So have a little look at those. The top 6, you know that you've scored above that at least, but you don't know exactly what you've scored. But a big round of applause for all of our semi-finalists, and we'll see you tomorrow. Gratz will send the email out just confirming the slots and everything and timings, and that'll be all good. See you soon. Oh, see you tomorrow. Yeah, so that should be, they should remain the same, but then that was 1340, 1455, and 1610. But that's not those, and then.
Oh, right, sorry, days today. So, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So if you open it up,
yeah, that's good. And then I need a beer and a carrot.